Test one. Test. Testing 1, 2. Mics are going live.
Just one, when we don't have a box. Yeah. use the gavel.
Thank you. Welcome to City Council. Appreciate you all being here. We have, I'll call this meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, confirmation of posting roll call, please.
Yes, thank you. The agenda was posted in accordance with Nevada open meeting law, and all members are present.
Thank you. If we could all rise for the invocation by Pastor Ryan Carter of the Faith Christian Fellowship, and then stay standing, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray together. Father, we thank you so much for the blessing of such a great nation. God, we pray that you bless this group here tonight as they make choices, as they hear a perspective. God, we pray for our nation that you bring peace and unity. Lord, for our leadership, that they make wise choices. Lord, tonight I pray that you grant wisdom and guidance, that our leadership here in Boulder City could lead well. Lord, that you raise up voices that would unite and bring peace and unity, not just to our nation, but, Lord, to our communities as we face many difficult topics. Father, we pray above all that you would be glorified. Lord, that you would bless our nation as only you can. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Carter. We have a public announcement. Roseanne.
Good evening, Roseanne Rabbiola Mealy, and I'm just here letting everybody know about Christmas on the Light Side on July 25th, 2026. That's a Saturday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. It is being sponsored by two nonprofit organizations here in Boulder City, the Boulder City Community Club, the sponsors of the Doodlebug Bazaar. That everybody knows about Doodlebug Bazaar, but they don't know who sponsors it. It's the Boulder City Community Club. And BCCC is partnering with the Boulder City History and Arts Foundation. So we're bringing a little bit of Christmas on July 25th at the Masonic Lodge right across the street from 1 to 4 p.m. There will be Christmas food. There will be Christmas cookies. There will be Santa and the Grinch. And this is no admission fee or tickets. We also have prizes for folks and music and cookie decorating for the kids and ornament decorating for kids and adults, and lots of activities to get us in the mood for Christmas, because I love Christmas, the spirit and what it does. These two great organizations coming together for the first time. It's wonderful. So if you have any questions or anything, you can look on Facebook. I got a couple of pages. Boulder City Community Club has a page. Boulder City History and Arts Foundation has a page. And hope to see you there. July 25th, it's a Saturday, 1 to 4 p.m., right across the street at the Masonic Lodge.
Thank you. That's Mealy. We have another public announcement that will be shared by our Mayor Pro Tem, Sherry Jorgensen.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have a proclamation from the Office of the Mayor. Whereas Disability Pride Month is an opportunity to honor the history, achievements, experiences, and struggles of the disability community, and whereas the 2026 theme for Disability Pride Month is "The World Works Better With Us," the theme highlights the importance of creating inclusive communities, workplaces, and public spaces where people with disabilities are valued, respected, and fully supported. Whereas Disability Pride Month parallels the Americans with Disability Act, known as ADA, its 36th anniversary, culminating decades of disability rights advocacy. And whereas people with disabilities have faced social stigmas and judgments for centuries, and the development and establishment of Disability Pride Month closely intertwines with the civil rights movement. And whereas our global population is gaining awareness and celebrating people with disabilities, diverse experiences, and societal integration, the signing of the ADA provided a rallying point for the community to demand full inclusion in society. Whereas the ADA outlines provisions for increased accessibility to physical infrastructure and encourages employers to ensure work environments accommodate individuals with disabilities, from wheelchair ramps and unique treatments to service animals. And now, therefore, I, Joe Hardy of Boulder City, Nevada, hereby claim the month of July 2026 as Disability Pride Month in Boulder City, and encourage all residents to celebrate people with disabilities and their contribution to society. And whereas my daughter has Down syndrome and autism, I think this is beautiful. So I feel it a privilege to have the opportunity to read this. Thank you. Would those, and the Access Working Group members please come up? This group has worked tirelessly to help Boulder City to accomplish these goals and these ideals that we just mentioned, and they will continue to work tirelessly, and we so appreciate them. So with the celebration of Pride Month, we thank them for all that they've done.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate everything that our group has done for so many people, showing that we care. With that, we have an opportunity for public comment, and in public comment, you are welcome to come forward or on the phone and take up to 3 minutes on anything that is on the agenda today. And then if we all can be respectful so that all viewpoints are heard and so that we can appreciate what someone is being said and how they're saying it. So this is time for verbal public comment as opposed to banners and signs and hoopla. So please come forward one at a time and sign in. Now, while you're signing in, some of you may have had the same feeling and the same opinion. If you feel so inclined, you're allowed to take up your 3 minutes, or you can respect other people's minutes and also say ditto, or I agree with the person who was ahead of me. So it's okay to sign on or sign up with Appreciate it. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Doug Smith, an electrical engineer of 60 years now, and just wanted to get some ideas into the record relative to the data center that everyone seems to be interested in, engineering kinds of things. And I understand that the data center is closed-loop cooling, but the liquid they pump around there is thousands of gallons, not just water. It's sort of like the fluid in your radiator is semi-poisonous. It has to be changed. I'd like someone to, document how that gets changed, where it goes, so forth. During the construction, if you remember during I-11 construction, we wrote about the asbestos in the air. During the construction, there'd be a lot of dust, and has anyone looked at the soil over that way, and is there any issue there, environmental kind of a thing? In the case of Hoover Dam, it may shut down next month for a few days, not for lack of water, that's coming, but for water temperature. When it hits about 78, the generators overheat, they shut it down. At that point, and a year from now, when we're buying power because it shut down for low water, we're buying power on the market, competing with them. And if there's any kind of a contract with that, if we have any control over it, I'd sort of like to see some guarantee that the electric bills won't go any higher in Boulder City than they would if we were buying it on the open market now. It'd be roughly doubling our electric bills. I want to make sure it doesn't go any higher than that. Should be in a contract somewhere. I'm not going to address quality of life or things. I'm not probably good for doing that, but just engineering questions like that. And of course, the power that takes is quite a lot compared to what we're going to be short of power. Hoover Dam is slowly shutting down. In terms of a location, by the way, up north of Vegas, a place called Apex, they're putting hundreds of data centers up there. As far as the physical location, I put it, that's a great location. I still have problems with the power issues in our local grid here. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So what we're trying to do is maintain an acceptance of everyone speaking. So if we could avoid the clapping or any other loud things, we'd appreciate that.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. Thank you so much for you being council members and for your leadership. Mr. Mayor, great to see you again, sir. And I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Mays today, so thank you for your kindness. My name is Eric King, longtime resident in the Valley. I am a design consultant in sustainability, and I'm actually here to talk about a few of the items that you have planned and just offer some insight on possibly more considered treatment of how they might go about for all concerned, and certainly for the vital resources we all cherish that you have here. I want to make sure I do have, it is 3 minutes for you guys, right? Okay, I'm making sure, okay. Thank you. On item number 3, you have possible action regarding the golf course. Thank goodness, it's a beautiful golf course you have there. And there's a bit more consideration for the budget itself. I wanted to just attend to, because I don't know what the uses are for the monies. I know it's design work. And so at that point, I just, being a designer, I wanted to offer that there are an insight. There are, Vegas PBS recently did a fine article on their television program, Nevada Week, I believe it was, where they had a gentleman coming and talking about how more than 100,000 trees, mature trees, like many, many years old trees, have died through some of the grass removal. And so it's all species dependent, but a lot of those might be elms. I don't really know what is on the golf course, but if it's going to be pines of certain nature and other species that are not desert adapted, and their roots become exposed and no longer in moist soil in the shallow layers, they are likely to die in a couple of years between the increasing heat and so forth. And more than 100,000 such trees have died in the valley so far. So I just wanted to offer that because those are valued resources, obviously, for the community. And I would love to explore the opportunity to talk about what to do with mature trees if they are in a place where the grass needs to be gone. Could we move them, and how could we do that efficiently? Because probably residents here would like to see those trees survive and not use as much water. So that's a real challenge, and design comes into play there. So I'd love to entertain that conversation. I have just a few seconds left. I'd like to touch on a couple other items. That would be on item number 6. I'd like to talk, as I have before the Regional Flood Control District, about greater uses for stormwater, in addition to channelizing it and making it safe. And again, from a design standpoint, would love to entertain discussion about that here to really help dig deeper into how we value and protect your resources like trees with stormwater. And then I would like to give a wholehearted support for item number 8. Thank you very much for giving me time here. I cherish that you guys have such a gem here. One of the most famous small cities in the world. Bravo.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Laurel. I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Santa Fe County has just passed an 18-month moratorium on data centers because of the cost imposed by them to our power supply and our water supply. When I look at your situation, part of what will happen here if this data center goes forward is that you will likely have to pay more for both water and power, and this will leave you in a budget shortfall. There are 3 G's I want to recommend. I'm only going to talk about one of them. One is gambling, one is grassy lawns, and one is golf courses. I'm going to talk about gambling. You guys have reasonably prohibited gambling in Boulder City for many years, and yet it is a source of revenue that it could help you deal with a shortfall when you have to start paying more for energy and water. I live in a state where gambling is everywhere. There are not addicts dragging around casinos. They're like community centers. People play bingo. It's not the devil incarnate. It's an activity that people enjoy that can bring the city revenue to make up the shortfall and the cost of energy and water that is very most likely to proceed if this data center does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, sorry, it's my first meeting and I signed up out of order, so I thought we signed up and went to wait. But good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Veronica Ondrajak, and I purchased a home here in Boulder City of March of this year, and the whole hoopla costed about $500,000. And I searched for this sweet little town internationally. So I've been living in Europe for the past 10 years. And this town spoke to my heart, to the small town charm, to being by national parks, by being so fiscally responsible. I dug up your budget. So, and somehow in all of that, I missed the data center, or I have to say, I might not have purchased here. So just kind of giving you like, globally, you are on the map. And I chose Boulder City very intentionally. And before living in Portugal, which is the last place I lived in San Luis Obispo, Orange County, and Los Angeles. And I did watch the wide open Huntington Beach of my youth slowly transition into something very different. More congestion, more smog, more litter, and this happened little bit by little bit, right? And living in different places all over the world and with a military background as well, I've experienced what happens when growth continues without clear limits. And I love that this town has clear limits, the exception of what's happening over the corner here. So I didn't choose to live in Boulder City by accident. I chose Boulder City deliberately with perspective shaped by living in Europe and California. I came here because this town seems to still know how to say enough, exactly to that point of gambling, right? No gambling here. So I chose it because it's small by design, intentionally limited, and not accidentally small. I chose it because of its borders of natural parks, conservation lands, and environmental borders that protect its scale and protect its views. I chose it for the outdoor trails, access to Lake Mead, and the healthy, community-centered lifestyle that comes from living in a town that knows where it begins and where it ends. So if I wanted rapid expansion and large-scale industrial development, I could have chosen many other locations, but I chose Boulder City because it appeared to be different. And I do want to acknowledge, especially to the point of the last comment, that when I investigated this city, it appeared financially well managed, with substantial annual land lease reviews and clean audits. That reflects responsible governance. So thank you very much. And responsible governance means protecting your long-term identity, protecting environmental borders, protecting fiscal stability without chasing unnecessary expansion, and protecting the intent of charter limitations voters put in place, which I believe was 1985 when they first started doing things there. So I respectfully ask, what is the urgency to continue expanding industrial uses in the El Dorado Valley transfer area? Over time, approved uses, natural gas, battery storage. Okay, sorry, I didn't time it, but thank you for your time and thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Do we say our names? Hi, my name is Christine Schackinger. I came here on the fly, didn't know I could get here today because of work, and so I'm not, look at my phone a little to make sure I have the data right. So I am an SME when it comes to AI and AI data centers. We cover it every week, and I work in tech. Cover it for news every week to the industry that I'm in. So a couple things I'm not sure if people know or don't know about. I know that this data center has said they're only going to use 2,000 gallons of water a day. That's untrue. That is for internal use, like toilets, drinking. Sorry, I'm nervous. They're going to use 650,000 gallons of your treated wastewater. This is also an amended. They amended the original passive solar, whatever it's called, permit. I'm not sure the exact name here. But that also is in violation, most likely, of NEPA. So the environmental studies need to be done. The energy on top of the water, they're going to increase your electricity draw 25%. They're going to add gas turbines because data centers have to be up 24/7. So if the power goes out, those gas turbines are going to be running 24/7. They emit low frequency noise that humans can't hear, but have effect on humans. Things like vertigo, they can cause problems. When they put them near pastures where cows were, they stopped mating. So it could affect the wildlife around here too. This is a study you can look up that we report from what I do. So they're going to have to use diesel for that. And I think sometimes people think this is like Switch, which it isn't at all. Switch spends a lot of money, has over 5,500 patents on cooling technologies, making sure that they don't affect the local community. You can stand next to an AI center, a data center at Switch, you won't hear anything. They've spent a lot of time. I had an office there for a year as a startup at one point. So they spend a lot of time and money to make sure they're not doing these things. They're not perfect, but they're much better. These are down and dirty, throw them up, get them out there. Use lands, especially in drought areas. I don't know why that is, but Aaron Brockovich is tracking where they're going, and they're going up in drought areas. Also, the industry itself is unstable, completely 100%. We report on this every week. Right now, the bubble is starting to pop. The Wall Street analysts, the people that Wall Street listens to, you can look them up. They have to make $1.6 trillion a year to break even. Last year, they made $280 billion. OpenAI is about to likely fold. Someone's going to buy them, or they ask the government for a 5% bailout. They don't have money. They burn hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a month, every one of them, and they don't have anything to come in. There's no revenue projections that are going to replace it. Nobody's buying it at the scale they need to replace this. This is a lot of very, very wealthy people who are trying to develop surveillance technology through these data centers. Planeteer is very, very involved in all of these. I don't know if this one specifically, but generally speaking. So what does Boulder City get out of this? Pretty much nothing. There won't be any jobs, except in the construction phase. Ask Switch how many people they employ. I think it's like 100, right? And they are the biggest data center, one of the biggest data centers in the country. So anyways, just to let you know, there's a lot of things that are very wrong with this for you guys, but especially you won't get any benefits, and they're hiding things from you. So.
Hi. I've never been to a town hall meeting before, so this is my first. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Caitlin Blajo. I am a Boulder City resident of 7 years. I am here because I want my opposition to the data center on the record. Even if the project is now on adjacent BLM land, the impact does not stop at a property line. My biggest concern are our water supply and our electrical infrastructure. We live in the Mojave Desert and water is precious. Like many families, I also live on a tight budget. If projects like this increase the long-term cost of electricity or strain our infrastructure, that has real consequences for people like me. I have a 3-year-old son, and I worry about being able to continue affording to live in the community that we call home. I love Boulder City for its small town character. I did not move here by accident, and I did not stay here on accident either. I love this town. I want it to keep its small town character. So I ask that the city continue to oppose this project wherever it can and stand up for the long-term interests of our people who live here. I'll be paying close attention to how this issue is handled, and it will be something I consider as a voter in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Oh, we will go to the phone.
Yes, good evening. For the verbatim record, Fred Volz. There's nothing quite like the fervor of a convert in agenda item number 12. For some time, the city and Townsite Solar 2 have been trying to convince our overwhelmingly skeptical community about the illusory glories of data center development. All of a sudden, and without any explanation as to why, the city has changed its tune and its ardor has flipped 180 degrees. Good on the city for finally seeing the light, whatever the reasons. However, Townsite Solar 2 has pivoted to the BLM, thinking they can blithely circumvent public opposition because of the president's executive order. There are numerous compelling reasons why the city's notice of appeal and petition to stay the BLM's irresponsible right-of-way approval should succeed with the Interior Board of Land Appeal and/or at an appropriate U.S. District Court. Townsite Solar 2 and its chosen affiliates have zero experience running a data center. The BLM conducted zero environmental review or public engagement before arbitrarily and capriciously approving a material change in public land use, that is, solar farm battery storage to data center. The closed-loop cooling system will boost massive data center electricity consumption by another 25%, as the region already faces increasing supply shortages. What happens to the toxic chemical compounds produced, also known as forever chemicals, when the cooling system is regularly blown down of its concentrated chemicals to purify and reinvigorate system effectiveness? The proposed data center becomes a competitor on the wholesale electric market for steadily declining power supplies from the 57 Bureau of Reclamation hydro dams across the U.S. West and Midwest, boosting electric rates for Boulder City residents and businesses. The BLM's reckless actions toward BC and the region need to be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go right to you now, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Julie Kemp. Good evening, members of the City Council. It has come to my attention that the Las Vegas field office, BLM, must be feeling the pressure from the environmental deregulation push occurring at the federal level. They need our help at the local level from the people and local government to stand together and resist against this tyranny. Townsite Solar's original project for solar was approved by the BLM with proper NEPA testing. However, when Townsite Solar requested an amendment to their right-of-way offer to use the same land for a data center, the BLM did not do its job. They granted Townsite Solar's request to modify the right-of-way offer with faulty and incomplete reasoning that both projects are, quote, similar in type and intensity of land use with similar and anticipated impacts, end quote. That is the most ridiculous conclusion. I would like to think that the City Council members also recognize the absurdity of that statement. Clearly, a new environmental assessment should have been mandated, in addition to following all other federal law processes prior to even considering an approval of this right-of-way amendment. Data centers are bad for the environment and bad for humans. They will result in desecration of the land, air, and water, increased power bills, and mass surveillance of all of us. We all must stand together to resist the push for data centers anywhere in our desert home. We may not have control over the actions being taken in Washington, but we all have the power and responsibility to do what is right at the local level. This is where we can make a difference. It's quite apparent that Congress isn't saving us, so we must save ourselves. Please approve the resolution authorizing the City Council to file a notice of appeal and the City Attorney to file a notice of appeal and petition to stay the U.S. Department of the Interior BLM Southern Nevada District LVFO decision record dated June 26 of 2026 regarding the Townsite Solar 2 data center determination of NEPA adequacy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have anyone on the line? Okay.
Good evening, council members, and thank you so much for your duty to our beautiful community. My name is Amanda Knuckles, and I have been a resident of Clark County the vast majority of my life. Boulder City is a sparkling gem in our county, and the El Dorado Valley is a precious part of our landscape. I have a lifetime of memories driving in from Henderson to enjoy Boulder City Jamboree, arts festivals, car shows, rock and mineral shows, and the amazing restaurants and antique shops this city has to offer. I am here today to strongly urge the Boulder City Council to adopt Resolution number 8163, authorizing the city attorney to file a notice of appeal and petition to stay the United States Department of the Interior Bureau of Land Management from attempting to bypass the very safeguards designed to protect our community and our environment. When the Townsite Solar 2 data center proposal was withdrawn from city land, it did not solve the problem. It merely shifted the burden onto adjacent federal land. By attempting to use a determination of NEPA adequacy, DNA, to move forward, the applicant and the BLM have effectively circumvented the National Environmental Policy Act and shut the public out of the process. A DNA is meant for minor adjustments, not for authorizing massive industrial-scale data centers that fundamentally alter the landscape of the El Dorado Valley. Using a DNA to bypass a full environmental review is an administrative shortcut that denies us the transparency and accountability we deserve. We cannot allow our federal land management agencies to treat our desert ecosystem in this way. Beyond the procedural failure, we must look at the reality of placing a hyperscale data center in the El Dorado Valley. We live in one of the driest states in the nation, and the stakes for our water and quality of life are too high. Number one, even efficient data centers are incredibly water intensive, whether through direct consumption for closed loop cooling or the massive off-site water footprint required to generate the electricity they consume. These facilities place an unsustainable strain on our already stressed Colorado River Basin resources and our appallingly low lake mead. Number two, these facilities are not silent. The constant industrial-grade hum of cooling fans and backup generators creates a permanent 24/7 noise disturbance that degrades the peace of our desert environment and can harm local wildlife and human residents alike. In conclusion, the El Dorado Valley is a precious resource. It should not be sacrificed for industrial projects that offer little benefit to the residents of Clark County while creating a long-term environmental disaster. The city attorney's recommendation to appeal is the only responsible path forward. By filing this notice of appeal and petition to stay, this council will be standing up for the rule of law, for public transparency, and for the preservation of our home. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandy Greer. I moved here in 1957. I graduated from Boulder City High School in 1969. I know all of you from friends. I was a third grade teacher, a physician. He was my physician. I was on the Boulder City Community Club with you guys. I came here to speak from my heart. And I want to say, because we live here in this small community, because it's safe. It's crime safe. It's environmentally safe. It has all this spirit that we just love. I feel this data center is a bad flaw on our beautiful community, and I want to share it from my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone?
Hi, Bryn Delormier, and Mayor Hardy, it's good to see you back, and I hope you're doing well. And I'm here to speak on 2 items on the agenda. One is agenda item 11, and so for all of 15 minutes, I was happy to hear that Townsite Solar 2 had hopefully heard the concerns of our community and withdrawn their proposal. And then I learned right after that, in a meeting, they had just moved over across the way, so that joy was short-lived. So they actually didn't hear residents' concerns at all. So despite how many times they've said that in town hall meetings, this hedge fund merely moved a couple feet away to BLM land, bypassing the NEPA process, I feel, in a disingenuous way. There was no public notice, there was no environmental impact assessment done again, and we haven't even seen their BLM proposal, so we don't know. It's a slightly smaller site, but we don't know if there are height limits, we don't know what their stated energy usage will be, or cooling methods, water usage, anything like that. So to that end, I'd like to ask 2 things of this council tonight. As I think you've heard from your constituents for the last several months, you see everybody here, you've heard everybody speak so far. And one, just please acknowledge this proposal will not be the last that we see here in Boulder City town limits. And we will continue to speak out, and I hope to not dedicate the rest of my life to this. I'm not moving. So we all acknowledge it. The money's not worth the impact on our community and quality of life. So I'm asking to please introduce a moratorium at your very next city council meeting, at least until voters have a chance to vote on your ballot question 1 in November. Sorry. And 2, to please approve resolution 8163 and agenda item 12 as recommended by the city attorney to appeal this hedge fund's BLM proposal. And a third request is to please acknowledge that we have free speech in this country, and I did print these on the back of some extra papers that I had lying around. These are my notes from tonight, and the cops that are all over this room are snatching them up, telling us to put them away. I'm sure I'll get kicked out after this, and that's fine, but it's my right. It's what our country was founded on, so please, everybody, just chill. We are expressing our opinions, and I think we're allowed to do so. So thank you all for being here, and welcome back, Mayor Hardy.
Thank you.
Good night.
Anyone on the phone? We'll take someone on the phone first. Those are
Comment, go ahead.
the phone 702-589-9629.
Michael Derby.
Go ahead.
Do I just make my comment?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm a longtime Boulder City resident. Nevada Energy has said that there's just not enough power for all the data centers that are going in. Even with the upcoming Greenlink, all the data centers proposed will take 3 times the energy Las Vegas itself uses. Berkeley Labs has said that in 2023, 4.4% of total U.S. electricity was used by data centers. That could go up to 12% by 2026, equaling the output or the input of Japan. Every watt that goes in has to be expelled as heat. 170 megawatts equals 170 megawatts of heat. Closed loop doesn't agree with physics. You need hundreds of acres to cool something like this in the desert. And closed loop acts like your car's radiator. You have to top off your radiator. You lose water due to evaporation. Data centers get rebuilt every 12 to 18 months. Each generation burns more power than the last generation. Blackwell chips right now currently use 1,200 watts. The next generation is projected to use 2,000 watts, and that goes up with each rebuild. Pew Research has said that residential power bills could raise 8% by 2030. NVIDIA says that the production of chips is oversubscribed. David Solomon, Sam Altman, Jeff Bezos all agree that this is a bubble. Investors are overexcited. OpenAI missed its goals by $1 billion at the end of 2025. The chief financial officer is saying, slow down. The pace of new infrastructure doesn't warrant the demand. MIT said that 95% of all data centers are getting zero return. The customer pipeline that is supposed to fill the data centers does not exist at the scale that they're being built for, meaning that they don't have the demand that they're providing the supply for. The Brookings Institute says study of over 93 countries, the industry new job claims are overstated by 3 times. All the research agrees the build-out at its current scale and timeline is sized for a future that doesn't exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Celeste Entrante. I'm a new Boulder City resident. I've lived here a year, but my business has been rooted in Boulder City for 2 years. I'm here tonight not to ask you to approve or reject a data center. That decision was taken out of our hands. Townsite Solar 2 withdrew its application for our land and instead secured federal right-of-way from BLM on the parcel next door. That project's moving forward now with zero input from this council, from the residents, and zero revenue for Boulder City. This isn't a story about this council getting it wrong. You ran a transparent process. The problem is structural. The moment local review created friction, the developer used a federal pathway that was sitting there the whole time. So my ask tonight is this. Let's stop relitigating a decision already made for us and instead decide deliberately what Boulder City's position is before the next proposal lands on our doorstep, because there will be a next one. I don't believe no data centers ever serves the city, but yes to anything doesn't either. Here's where I think this conversation actually needs to go. When people hear data center, they picture AI chatbots and social media. But this has been the same story for 80 years, just with a new name each decade, from the room-sized computers that calculated Apollo's flight path to the supercomputer clusters that finished mapping the human genome in 2003 and made modern cancer treatment possible, to the cloud infrastructure that helped deliver a COVID vaccine in under a year instead of a decade. That same infrastructure right now moves tens of billions of banking transactions a year. The ACH network alone processed 35 billion payments worth $93 trillion in 2025, with nobody picketing outside a bank. And the water and power concerns raised tonight are real. They deserve real answers, not dismissal. The good news is technology to answer them exists today. Microsoft's own CEO announced this year that their newest data centers use closed-loop cooling that recirculates coolant instead of evaporating water, cutting the usage so dramatically he compared their annual usage to a single restaurant. Oracle is building the same technology into new facilities right now. This changes tonight's question from can this be done responsibly to will we require it to be done responsibly? Define now what an acceptable data center in Boulder City actually requires. We don't necessarily have to have a data center, but should one come knocking at our door, let's be prepared with how we would approach it, so this council can continue its transparency and the residents of Boulder City are protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone? Okay. Come forward, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Beisha Torres Miranda, and I am speaking on behalf of Handmaids of Las Vegas, who is supporting Boulder City. I'm here tonight to speak regarding the agenda items 11 and 12. First, regarding item 11, I want to thank the Planning Commission for their 6-1 vote to deny adding data centers to the land management process list. I appreciate that the applicant has formally withdrawn their request. As the lady just stated before, though, there will be more that come knocking at your door. While we are glad that this specific data center project is off the table for the particular location, our message tonight is clear. We do not want data centers anywhere in Boulder City. This withdrawal is a temporary relief, but we know other applications for different parcels are highly likely to follow. Data centers do not align with our historic community character, our growth control ordinances, or our vision for sustainable land use. This brings me directly to item number 12. I strongly urge the council to follow the city attorney's recommendation and vote yes on Resolution 8163 to file a notice of appeal and a petition to stay at the Bureau of Land Management's decision. Townsite Solar 2 explicitly circumvented the open, transparent processes that protect our community by bypassing public disclosure and circumvented the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, for those of you that might not know. They attempted to push a massive industrial utility footprint onto public lands without proper oversight or community input. Boulder City has a proud legacy of controlled growth and transparency. We cannot allow developers to bypass environmental review laws and lock us out of decisions that affect our backyard. Please protect our public lands, uphold the rule of law, and vote to appeal the BLM's decision tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Someone on the phone? Come forward while you wait.
Public comment, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Neil Sonikan. I've lived in Boulder City for the past 42 years, and like everybody else that's in the audience in the city, I'm here for the quality of life. I'm buoyed by the growth control ordinance that has held this all together. Without it, we would have a serious problem. I don't know very much about what happened and how this happened, but my gut reaction is I take it as an affront, because the BLM knew what our feeling is. They know about what we're putting on the ballot, and they went ahead and they did this. I would call it a surprise attack. I'm looking at their website, and to sum it up, it says, working hard and playing hard in wide open spaces is the fiber of Nevada history. Putting in a data center doesn't fit into that. I know that Dina Titus wrote a letter very strongly to a gentleman named Mr. Pierce in Washington, and she put it that she wants information and answers without saying that anything was wrong, just we need to delve into this more. I ditto every objection that's been raised there and in the Planning Commission. I don't want to see a data center come in. I don't want it in a place where it could become out of control, where it could be repeated over and over and over. That would be a concern of mine. It would affect my quality of life. I support our going ahead with an appeal. I support us coming up with whatever resources that we need to sustain that. I wasn't aware that we were having a financial crunch, but I, as one person, would be glad to chip in either on my utility bill or make a contribution to make sure that we're able to fight this all the way through. I feel, based on what I've seen, the woman that's with them, she appeared at the Planning Commission meeting. I can't think of her name, but she's a specialist. She's very good at what she does. She's very polished. And I know that our attorney is very good, but if I had a cardiological problem, I would want to bring in a cardiologist. And I would appreciate that it's considered at the right time, either now or later on, that we also have a specialist, somebody that knows the lay of the land. But I'm definitely against this. I'd like to be able to stay in Boulder City, enjoy the growth control, enjoy the community, but I don't want to be an effect of surprise attacks. And maybe a city like Henderson, North Las Vegas is already gone, but others would jump in and see the smoke that's headed their way. So I encourage you to pass the resolution, put all money needed into it, support Dina Titus, find out what Senator Mastro is doing. I haven't seen anything come from her, and do whatever's necessary to stop this from happening. There's a saying about camels that once they get their nose in your tent, you wind up with a whole camel. And I wouldn't want to see that happen here, and I support you in this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Pam Chiolo, almost a 30-year resident. First of all, I want to say thank you for acknowledging Disability Pride Month. We're the largest, it's the largest minority group, most diverse because it includes all ages, all economic groups, doesn't matter what your sex, what your race is, sexual orientation, and any of that. Anybody can join, and most of us will eventually join, or we will be a caregiver for somebody. So thank you very much. I appreciate what Boulder City's been doing. But I always say the law was passed in 1990, but it's not just Boulder City. Everybody has been very slow, but it's better late than never, and I think we're on the right track. I'm also up here to support item 12. I just don't think there's been enough research done, and what research is coming out really doesn't look very good for data control, data centers. People that are for it will tell me, well, you like your cell phone. I love my cell phone, but I used it before they had data centers. We had a little SIM card. I didn't need the cloud. I don't appreciate all my emails being summarized for me, and then I'm being told how to answer it. So I'd really like to get some of this out of my life, and maybe there's a few too many being built. But yeah, I really want my support for item 12, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone?
All right, good evening. My name is Gabriel Cornejo. Thank you very much for being here this evening. I'm encouraged by all of the stats, all of the arguments that are being made here today. I think the community is doing a great job of trying to make sure that everybody's informed about what's taking place. So all I'm going to do to build up on this is to give the moral side of the story, because I built a company to take on Amazon that I ran for 7 years because I was concerned we would become the United States of America, brought to you by Amazon. And here we are living the reality that is taking place, which is there's a concentration of wealth leading to a concentration of power, where that power is putting itself on the will of the people without our consent. But this effort that I gave to try to prevent this future came as a result of living in small towns where I saw the Walton family bring in Walmart, and how Walmart would push out the local retailers, the local mom and pop shops. And so this is the modern day version of that. And so I want to make sure that I implore everybody to understand, not only is this a detriment to our community, it's also bleeding into a detriment to our civilization. Because we had somebody earlier speaking about the markets and the global market and how things are shifting. You're seeing Sam Altman pleading with the Trump administration to try to buy some of the OpenAI corporation because they're starting to fail. You're starting to see Meta sell out their GPUs because there's not uses for them, or they're finding that it's lucrative to sell the GPUs which power artificial intelligence. All these names that I mentioned, they're all at the table. You are at the table. And so I want to encourage you to fight like hell for all these people, because right now we feel like we're on the menu. This moment that we're all living through together is consequentially going to yield what I'm most concerned about, which is the end of democracy. Because as we see, we do not have guardrails for artificial intelligence. We do not have Congress implementing rules to try to navigate what happens when these corporations succeed. Because we have become a nation that is pay to play, we're going to be feeling the consequences of what I had lived through, seeing the Walton family come and demolish the local markets, come and demolish the local small towns, because that concentration of power is going to yield, unfortunately, the pitchforks. So this is why I wanted to make this point, because I think that we are at the precipice of making change, and I want to encourage you to fight like hell, because that's what we demand of you. Fight like hell for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Janelle Sorensen, Boulder City resident, and I would like to read a letter from Judy Hoskins, former Boulder City Council member. I believe that she submitted it earlier, and she sent it to me to share with everybody. I can't read it in 3 minutes unless I talk like a chipmunk, so I'm going to read excerpts from it. And the reason I want to read it is she exactly expresses my feelings about this matter, only more eloquently than I might be able to do. I respectfully urge the City Council to adopt a moratorium on any actions involving the proposed Townsite Solar 2 data center, including any agreements to provide municipal utilities or infrastructure, until the citizens of Boulder City have had a full opportunity to review the project and participate in the decision-making process. I also respectfully request that the City Council consider amending the Boulder City Municipal Code to require voter approval before any large-scale industrial data center or any municipal utility agreement supporting such a project is approved within or immediately adjacent to Boulder City. Decisions that permanently affect our community should ultimately be made by the people who live here. It's my understanding that the proposed Townsite Solar 2 data center would be constructed on property immediately adjacent to Boulder City, and that the project would require Boulder City to provide utility services necessary for its operation. Although the facility may be located outside the city limits, the impacts of supplying utilities, expanding infrastructures, and supporting a project of this magnitude would directly impact Boulder City and its residents. As a former Boulder City Council member, I believe that our first responsibility is to protect the interests of the citizens we serve. Before entering into any agreements involving utilities or infrastructure, the city should provide complete transparency regarding long-term costs, financial obligations, operational impacts, and potential risks. I'm also concerned about the long-term environmental consequences of this project. Questions remain regarding water use, cooling systems, energy consumption, battery energy storage, emergency response, noise, traffic, impacts to wildlife, and cumulative effects on the surrounding desert environment and the Lake Mead watershed. These concerns deserve thorough, independent study before any commitments are made. Once a facility of this scale is constructed and municipal infrastructure is committed, there's no practical way to reverse those decisions. Boulder City has long been recognized for thoughtful planning, responsible growth, and environmental stewardship. Those values should continue to guide us today. Economic development should never come at the expense of our community's character, our natural resources, or our quality of life. We have a responsibility not only to today's residents, but to future generations who deserve to enjoy the same beauty, open spaces, and exceptional quality of life that have made Boulder City unique. I respectfully ask City Council to place the interests of Boulder City citizens first by delaying any action until there's been complete public disclosure, independent environmental review, and meaningful public participation. If this project truly serves the best interests of our community, it should withstand scrutiny. If it does not, the citizens deserve the opportunity to say so before irreversible decisions are made. Thank you for your consideration of these comments, respectfully submitted by Judith Hoskins, former Boulder City Council member.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone?
Roseanne Ribiola Millie, I agree with what Fred Volz said on the phone. I agree with what Pam Triolo said in her comments. I agree with Judy Hoskins' letter. I certainly hope that the council will approve Resolution 8163.
Hello, City Council, Mayor. My name is Charles Cole. I've lived here in Boulder City for 30 years now. And I also oppose the building of the data center. Basically, for the simple things, the common things that we all know, the lake is going dry, power is derived from the lake, and power usage will increase, all of that kind of stuff. It's also detrimental to the environment, for animals, the high-pitched sound for houses that live nearby, affect people. There's a lot of different things about that. But the main thing is, I understand Boulder City is going to get a little revenue out of it. I may be wrong with the figure. I heard it was like $3 million, something like that. That may be wrong. But that's less than some of the houses here. So that's not really a big windfall, especially with the downfall of having to take this into our community. Like a person had said, we still have to supply the water, we have to give them what they need, even if it was out there, out of city property, in BLM land. Another thing that I read about, and I think that this is true, for BLM to sell some of their property, it would have to be advantageous, such as power, which is the power grid that's out there. This is not advantageous. This is taking from Boulder City. It's not giving to us. It's giving to us a lot of headaches, People that live nearby that get water from these data centers, they got brown water in their sinks, brown water in their showers, in their toilets. Okay, there's a lot of stuff like that. And to be honest, this is a public forum, and I feel, Mr. Hardy, as mayor of this town, it's clear record that you are in support of this, okay? I'm afraid, being mayor, which is quite powerful in the city of Boulder City, that may tip the scales, and this project may move ahead into the valley over here, close to our limits. I'm not for that, okay? Another thing is, like I said, it may be illegal to sell BLM land for something that's not advantageous to us, okay? They're calling this is a data center. In reality, it's a surveillance center. It's going to change our lives. It's going to delve into our finances, what we own, where we travel, where we go. I don't really feel like anybody really wants that. What do we need that for? So, it's common sense. We don't need it. We don't want it. There's signs all over this town. In almost every yard or on every street, several signs. No to data centers. People line up outside to talk about it. We're clearly against it. So I hope that you feel the same way. Why do we want this? Boulder City's a special town. We don't have to follow the trend. How many of them are out there in the desert going out towards Mount Charleston? I'm seeing them being built out there. We don't need it. For what? That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council people. I just come to ensure that this data center does not go through. It's not a good idea.
Could you identify yourself, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Al Alcalde. I've been here for over 30 years, a resident. And I just don't think it's a good idea to have a data center here in the desert. It's going to raise our power prices. That's one of the reasons we enjoy being here, because we get subsidized through the dam and that. So I just want to make sure you guys do the right thing and reject the proposal for the data center, because I voted for most of you guys here, and I'm sure all the people in this room are voted for various people in here. So, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone?
Hello, my name is Cherubel Lob. I'm
not able to sign in right now. My apologies. So I wanted to start off by thanking everyone for acknowledging the Disability Pride Month. And I want to say that hopefully we can, as much as I, as a disabled person and as someone who, before becoming disabled myself, well, I was always disabled before legally becoming disabled myself, helped to care for my disabled family members. I want to say that I hope we can sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I want to say that I hope we can keep from there being more disabled people, because data centers, as we know, do encourage health issues, especially towards children, young people, elderly people, and those who already have disabilities. So let's try to celebrate Pride Month by not making more people, or not Pride Month, sorry, Disability Pride Month, by not making more people disabled. So earlier, someone else called what's happening with the BLM land surprise attack. And while I do think that is very accurate, personally, I would prefer to call it injustice. And when injustice becomes law, resistance becomes duty. And it seems that many people here are doing their duty as citizens of Boulder City by coming here and speaking out against the data centers and speaking out against things that want to harm our community and harm our land and harm our people. And so I'm asking you as city council, as public leaders, and as individuals to please do your duty. Help our community. Help save and protect Boulder City. Do the right thing and approve the 8163 Notice of Appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ninya Rani. I'm actually, I guess my biggest concern, and I had no intention of speaking this evening, but is the lack of transparency and all of the uncertainty that goes along with the data center. Not knowing, since they've kind of circumvented the voters and our right to vote on this coming into our land, where is the water supply? Why are we obligated to supply water to them since they didn't allow us the vote, since they didn't allow our input? So, and power in addition to that. Why is that falling on us as residents? What's the outcome over years? You know, certainly with home value, how does that affect our home values? Where is the bottom line with this? There's so many unanswered questions. There's more unanswered questions than there is answered questions. And there seems to be such a lack of transparency with this whole proposal, even with money, and I speak to Charles's point with financial coming into the city, but my home alone has significant equity, and I feel uncertain as to the risk of that equity in my home. So even with $2 million or $3 million coming into the city, how does that independently affect every homeowner here who has selected Boulder City or has chosen Boulder City as their place of residence? We moved here almost 7 years ago because it was the place where we wanted to raise our family. We love the schools, we love the community aspect of this town, and I feel like that's completely compromised because where's our vote? Where's our say? And yes, there are signs everywhere. You know, there's signs in absolutely everyone's yard primarily, but it's not changing anything because they found a loophole, and that loophole is now we're carrying the burden for. And so I absolutely think that we as a community have to stand against this, listen to your community, and please appeal this because it's disheartening, and the uncertainty is like extremely frustrating and very stressful because we don't know what tomorrow brings. Do I sell my house? Do I put my house on the market? I mean, that's not the objective, but the lack of clarity is overwhelming. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone? If we take the phone forward while we wait for the phone.
Public comment, go ahead. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, public comment. Go ahead, please.
Hey, thank you. My name is Jennifer Levitt, and I've been a resident here in Boulder City for probably 11 or 12 years. First, I'd like to say welcome back, Mayor Hardy. It's great to see you up and getting after it. And I do want to thank the City Council and the Mayor for the proclamation for Disability Pride Month and for all of the work that's gone into it and to our working group. We really appreciate you as a member of the disability community. It's really nice to be able to get onto some of the streets and sidewalks again, so thank you and God bless you. Yeah, I've been outspoken about the issues with the data centers, and now currently this is out of our hands. But I would like to say that I wholeheartedly for the city attorney's resolution for 8163. Yes, please. This is everything that I've been reading. I don't need to repeat what everyone else has said, but it wasn't handled appropriately. And the thing that I love the most about our city right now is that we're coming together. It's bipartisan. People are speaking their minds, and we're really taking an active stance in what we will and will not tolerate in our community and what we want and don't want to have. And so I'm extremely proud of our city, and I ask you, please, yes, city attorney, approve for the city attorney to file this. And I want to thank you for listening to us, and for really, my hope is that we're starting to be heard. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Candace Barch, and I'm a resident here in Boulder City. I would like to say ditto to all the speakers who are against the data center, and I'm also. I too came here from Southern California and moved here in 2017, and moved, bless you, with wonderful memories of visiting here as a young adult and with my family, visiting friends and playing in the lake, which is now drastically lower than it was in the 1970s. In California, I lived through a severe drought and all the measures taken to preserve water: reduce showers, limit flushing, no filling a pool, etc. Are we there yet? We are in a water crisis. The 7 states are unable to come to an agreement on water rights and usage, and yet the move to spend millions of gallons of water during years of drought to construct or operate a data center in our desert environment was irresponsible. The lack of transparency and the conflict of interest that became apparent as the discussions against data centers reached a fever pitch both locally and nationally was very disheartening as a 9-year resident of Boulder City. To see members of our community have their free speech curtailed at public events and vilified by members of the community is not the way a society should behave. We deserve transparency as voting members of the city. I am raising my hand against data centers. If you agree, please raise your hand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Candace.
Anyone on the phone?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Grant Turner, longtime Boulder City resident. Firstly, I would like to commend you all on the thoughtful approach that you've given to data centers. I feel that you've really done your homework, that you've considered Boulder City's economic vitality, given the fact that solar leases will be terminating, in the near future. The next 10 years, I think we hit the crossover point. So I think that's a key factor. I'm glad you guys have considered that. Also, that you've allowed for maximum community involvement. And I think I really do think it's a good thing that the city has risen up against this. It shows that Boulder City residents just really care. And it's like white blood cells. So I think this has been a healthy process, and I'm really appreciative. Regarding land usage in general, I think the smart path forward would be set parameters to include obviously water usage and power usage, but beyond that, and beyond a certain point, whatever it is, 1,000 megawatts, whatever it is, that to the extent that a future use requires power, they should be required to generate their own power. However they do that, whether they have They lease solar fields, or they, lease land for solar fields, or they co-locate an SMR, whatever that is. If they use a tremendous amount of power, they should be required to provide their own power. The reason why I'm here, the reason I care so much about this, I propose that not just this lease, not specific to data centers, but all future leases in Boulder City, that Boulder City residents receive a direct benefit. I propose that, assuming the city is solvent and is financially healthy, that a portion of the revenue from all future leases be diverted to the utility fund to provide free power for Boulder City residents. Beyond that, regarding just specific to town site, my thinking has evolved on that. Originally, I thought it was just, we're under the gun. If we don't do it, they're going to do it right next door at BLM, which is, was the inevitability. However, this was never a good faith negotiation. They had a gun to our heads at all times. Prior to them pulling out, I was gonna recommend that we force them, that in order to proceed in good faith, we require that they pull their BLM application. And from that point on, we could negotiate in good faith, and we could allow for maximum community involvement. However, given the fact that they have rugged us and moved next door, yeah, like pretty much everybody in this room, I recommend that we fight them tooth and nail, and set a system for all future leases. And if you can't work within those parameters and provide your own power, then we don't want your business. But thank you very much. I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Wow, that's a beautiful voice and presentation to follow, so I thought I would stand up. But my name is Kathleen McGarity, and I will sign in. It's a long name, so everybody gets to take a rest. I concur strongly with several presentations that were made here. And so I look, and do I see her? Did she leave? The woman with the short gray hair that came from Clark County, that has lived here most of her life, I believe she gave an excellent presentation, and I strongly support and request that the council vote yes on Resolution 8163 to appeal the BLM, to appeal and stay the BLM TS2 project approval. They did circumvent the proper environmental study. I understand that the Las Vegas field office permitted them to use their solar environmental study in going forward, if I understand it correctly. And quite frankly, an environmental study, as we all know, for solar, it won't be the same as the impact of a data center. But I took the time to have images of what I consider a friend and tonight my client. Okay. And a shout out to Quantum Printing that does excellent work in town, for the record.
So we've asked people not to have signs.
The landmark.
I'm going to take a recess right now. Council's in recess.
Okay.
How long is the recess?
We're not allowed in. I didn't know that, Mr. Thomas.
No, sorry.
So
Thank you. Mics are going to go live. Mayor, then we could get ready when you're ready.
We will come back live, and I would mics are live. Thank you. We are back live. We will continue our public comment, and I will thank everyone for the decorum we have in the room that allows us to move quickly from person to person. That has been very helpful. We don't have anyone on the line. So we have somebody that we interrupted her comment for, and please come forward.
Will you just state your name for the record again, too? Thank you.
My name is Kathleen McGarity. I'll be very, very brief. Please, Council, please support Resolution 8163 and vote yes on the appeal to stay the BLM TS2 project. I will only simply say that the landmark 1989-1990 Federal Endangered Species Act, which involved the Mojave Desert tortoise that I pictured and didn't realize that those visual aids were not allowed, forced Boulder City and Clark County to drastically halt development in Clark County. Since that time, the population of the legally protected desert tortoise has plunged roughly 90%, with some primary habitats seeing a drop from up to 300 adults per square mile to fewer than 10. A lovely woman in here said that she visited there recently and saw very limited evidence of the tortoise. The fear is that they really are becoming extinct. This was the law, and I don't understand, given the fact that TS2 through the BLM Las Vegas office was able to use their environmental study from the solar project to rush, I'm not sure what word to pick, to advance promptly approval on the Bureau of Land Management land, federal land, for a data center so quickly is questionable and circumspect. It should not have been handled that way legally, I believe. And I'm very grateful to Representative Dina Titus for taking the action of questioning this, and I hope that more positive action will result as a result of her effort. And so I thank the council. I am in concurrence with these wonderful speakers here, including the woman who delivered the letter written by former council member Judith Hoskins, who opposed the data center and opposes them in general in Boulder City in the future. I thank Grant Turner for his excellent presentation on electricity and the benefits that could come to Boulder City if that is maybe re-examined and handled a new way. And I thank everyone here. I came here in support of this wonderful community, these amazing people that care about the city as I know you do. And I thank you very much for all your work. But as you can see, there's a public outcry about this. And so we appreciate that you will tonight vote yes on the resolution if possible. Thank you.
Anyone on the phone? Take the phone call first.
Public comment, go ahead.
My name's Jason Barton. I'm a registered voter, live here in Boulder City. I just want to voice my concern on Mr. Hardy, how he's been treating his constituents in these meetings. Totally rude and unacceptable. The lady was just holding up a picture. It wasn't a sign or anything. And I've seen him be even ruder in the past. I'm voting for the guy in the bathroom.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Good to see you up and about, Mayor. God bless you. My name is Adam Schulteis, and I am the only city council candidate, as you well know, that is clear and consistent in opposing data centers. Tonight, you are deciding more than one project. You are deciding Boulder City's future. The later data center proposal is described as about 300,000 square feet with 167 megawatt load, roughly 3 times Boulder City's current demand. The process matters. BLM approved a new land use based on an earlier solar storage review without meaningful engagement or adequate public comment. This is why I support Resolution 8163, the appeal and stay, and urge this council to vote yes tonight. Concerns about electricity, water, infrastructure, emergency services, environmental review, and quality of life do not just disappear when property lines change. Residents deserve a consistent standard. If these impacts are serious enough to oppose near Boulder City, they are serious enough to reject inside Boulder City. As I have walked Boulder City streets and gotten in touch with the residents, 900 homes, I've heard the same worry. Data centers could strain our water and power and change the quiet character of the place they call home. I will repeat that, and change the quiet character of the place they call home. Going forward, I ask this council to listen to the people. Please listen to the people. My God, you've seen all of them. I mean, they represent, you're supposed to represent us, not your interests. I'll be blunt. Wake up, council, and listen to your people. Stop pursuing data centers in Boulder City. This is our moment to draw the line. Protect Boulder City tonight, protect its future, and make sure the place that we love, as you've heard from so many people, is still recognizable for the next generation.
I have gum in my mouth. I'm trying not to let you see it. My name's Deborah Finnegan, longtime Boulder City resident, about 47 years to be exact. I wanted to thank you all for the proclamation for the disability tonight. That was great. I also wanted to thank our city manager and Michael Mays and Gary Poindexter for helping us out so much over the year. Anyway, I, like everyone else, I strongly object to proposed data centers. I just find it deeply troubling with the Bureau of Reclamation. I mean, oh my goodness, don't tell my husband I said that. Bureau of Land Management. My husband worked for the Bureau of Reclamation for 38 years. I want to sue these people, you know. I've already written and called the governor's office to no avail. I'm just so upset that they bypassed this through a solar environmental study, impact study. I'm just beside myself on it. I want to thank everyone that came out tonight. I want to thank you all for listening. And I agree with everything they said, especially Fred Boltz. And believe it or not, Grant Turner. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for taking public comment. My name is Autumn McGrath. I've lived in Boulder City for 5 years and Southern Nevada for 26 years total. Ooh, Deborah, you're so short. I'm a research maniac. I'm a total nerd, and I've been researching this in all my spare time, and I tried to cut it down to like 3 bullet points, and I ended up with like a 3-hour speech. So try to get this into, well, I'm interested in the people behind this, and I got a little wormhole going, and I researched a lot of Bill Perkins videos, and he has this catchphrase, this Bill Perkins of Schuyler Capital. He touts a philosophy that he calls die with zero. Die with zero. It's kind of a basic post-sales dinner cigar pitch. The final pour pitch after you order the scotch and light the cigar after a sales dinner. That's when you're supposed to hook them with the emotional pitch that appeals to the investor's sense of legacy. When you drop the hammer and hit him with the die with zero philosophy. The legacy and glamour pitch intended to inspire the investors to take the leap. Well, Boulder City does not want to die with zero. Supplying an unknown amount of water, they don't even have to legally disclose how much water they use to the site, and the Colorado River is not filling up Lake Mead at the same rate, not only from less snowpack, but also from critically dry ground along the way. Many western states are experiencing severe drops in ground table water in addition to the shrinking rivers and lake reservoirs. Right now, today, Lake Mead is at 1,042.62 feet, 12 feet above the power cliff at Hoover Dam, with almost 2 feet lost in July alone. But they say it's actually 8 feet because there's so much sediment rolling in that they're not counting the sediment depths. We already experience rolling blackouts every summer and constant price spikes on everything we touch. And we have all lived enough through decades of rising prices and corporate bailouts and tax breaks. Anytime there is a race in technology, billions are lost in resources and expensive patch fixes when speed is a priority over governance. In 4 years, these data centers will be obsolete. In 100 years, we will all be gone. But this gargantuan mistake will remain a permanent stain and embarrassment on this land. We will all be ashes and dust and little piles of bones. Maybe some of us died with zero, and maybe some of us made the world a better place. But the deals being made right now will shape the legacy of Boulder City. We do not want to die with zero and take the gamble on this horrifying new neighbor. No one has the right to be the little pile of bones that is responsible for such a monumental disaster upon this desert and land. Boulder City, Nevada has a very different vision and legacy pitch than Schuyler Capital. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in chambers?
Hello, I'm Patrick Wam. I've been in Boulder City for a few years, 14 or so years. And listening to the discussion tonight, it's interesting about the electricity and the water use. I'm 50-50 on data centers. I go to 60-40 and then 40-60. And as I do my research, I talked to one of the people that work for Townsite when they had the open house, and I asked him about the water specifically and the electricity. And I suggested instead of letting the water go out into the desert, the treated water from Boulder City, use that for the Townsite. I suggested pumping the water from Henderson that goes to Lake Mead to use in the data center. And because the evaporation rate is about probably 6, 7, 8% that goes to Lake Mead, so it's gonna go down irregardless. The electricity, everything's evolving. It could be nuclear, small nuclear that powers these data centers. And some of the The process hasn't been worked out yet. We're in the early stages. There's probably 12, 13 steps to get the actual building. We've only just begun. And some people do not know what the full information. They're hearing a story and not the story. And it's off emotion. It isn't off a decision that's rational sometimes. So I think we should proceed with steps and to reassure the citizens that what we're doing is the right thing. But okay, that's it. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone on the phone?
Good evening, Council. My name is Chris Gatlin, a longtime resident here, grew up here. One of the things that I see with our industrial area, and I call it an industrial area because we created it. We are changing some things. You can call it an energy zone, you can call it a lot of different names. It is still an industrial area. My biggest concern is really not about data centers. It's what's next. If not data centers, what? What's the next proposal going to be? Who is going to come in and want to use that 88.5 acres? We don't know. You don't know. The difference is we can establish through city staff and community involvement some standards. There are certain standards regarding water use, regarding power use, regarding return to wastewater that we can establish that can go out to these proposals, these people that are proposing things, and say, if you can't meet these standards, don't even put your proposal in. We can establish those things up front. City staff can then hand those standards to the people that are making a proposal, and either they can meet them or they can't. If they can meet them, what argument do we have? If they can't meet them, why are they even making the proposal? So my request is, let's get a community group of some sort together to establish those standards. So if it's a chemical plant that wants to come in here, not a data center, a chemical plant, we've got those standards. If it's an energy power plant, we have some standards. And that they know and we know. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Carol Schulteis, and I'd really like to ask you to appeal and stay the application for the Bureau of Land Management parcel of land that was just on the 26th granted to them. I just want to say that even if we can get this appealed and get it through, there will be the transfer ballot area on the ballot. The transfer area on the ballot. And I'm really, really hoping that the city council and T-Solar 2 doesn't push that, because if we get one in that ballot transfer area, we'll have 20. That's the way it goes. Joe Lombardo was just here visiting our town. There's 79 data centers in Nevada already. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. If you want to be on the phone, 702-589-9629.
First, I'd just like to welcome back our illustrious mayor. Thank you for coming back and not doing a Mitch McConnell. Council, staff, ladies and gentlemen, Brandon Smith for the record. I'm here to speak about agenda items 11 and 12. Tonight, I would like to thank you for recognizing the abomination of due process regarding the BLM land that TS2 has requested to use as a data center site. So I would like to recommend that the council put forth the 8163 and vote in favor of that. I will also say that if you think that we made a splash putting Boulder City on the map as far as fighting data centers on the map, wait until you see what we've got coming up. We will not stand for this. If you guys think that Boulder City wasn't as important as you might have thought previously, know that we've become a battleground for small versus large, David versus Goliath, whatever you want to call it. What happens here tonight in Chambers, what happens over the next 30, 60, 90 days in our surrounding lands will resonate throughout the country for all of eternity. And we will throw the full weight of every resource that we can compel to join this fight against exactly this. The BLM was not a surprise. The expedience at which it happened was. It would have been nice to know a couple weeks earlier. We only found out about it after the fact. But I promise you that lapse in timing will be made up with an immense fight between now and the 30 days that will be up soon. So we, again, will support you in any way, shape, or form, and we promise that we will not sleep until this is defeated. So with that said, we also hope that TS2 has shown its cards. They have not shown themselves to be a good steward as they said that they would. Tonight you have in our audience alone a couple of individuals who could change the face of data centers as we know it and impact what everybody thinks of what a data center is, the conception of that, the execution of that, and certainly how a data center is integrated into a community and without the environmental impact that we are faced with. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else here in Chambers or on the phone? We have a phone.
And about the drought that there is that it would be nice to have a well dug up and for water tunnels to have out of natural material, not the regular concrete, like clay without rebars that holds without rebars, or stone bricks. That's not the regular cement, special cement that polish it with stone polish, like in a jewelry store, because of the material that I'm not going to get to it. And not control everything, leave it to the special experts. and sometimes that's what students work on because employees are set in their ways. And even to be habit of a filter system also, and also have for the gas stations to have hydrogen available for some engines because it turns into water vapors. That way it will make more rain to help the drought or help reduce the drought. And why a data center is to make sure people behave themselves, even on the internet or with computer networks. And they should build a building neighborhood, and each floor says solar panels with mirrors directing sunlight that look at Toulouse LUZ. Need a line of windmills for a monorail system, go through Boulder City, even the rest of the valley, because we need public transportation somehow as traffic is clogged up. And even a housing project that is a 12-story building with ramps and no stairs says solar panels per floor and special pipes that don't rot or rust and water heaters that don't burst, like instead of iron with stainless steel. What I mean is something more cost effective. Yes, I tried to put it together in a nice way. Well, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the phone?
Public comment? Hello?
This message has been transcribed. One moment while I notify the caller. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Eunice Marcus. I'm a Boulder City resident. Hello. Yes, I'm a Boulder City resident, and I'm calling you to ask you to oppose the proposed data center project. I believe these large industry facilities.
Ma'am, there's a delay. If you turn down your device in the background, you won't hear that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Are not the right fit for our community. I am concerned about the impact on our water resources, energy, noise, and this small town is going to destroy the character of this town. Boulder City is a special place. Please put our residents and the long-term future of our community first. Voting no on this proposal. Thank you for your time and for the listening our concerns. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else on the phone? Anyone else here in chambers like to come forward in public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment and move to possible action approval of the regular agenda.
I move to approve the regular agenda. I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then for possible action approval of the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Consent, that has been unanimous. And we will then move to item number 8, introduction. We need an introduction of bill number 2133.
Mayor, if you please, I'll introduce Bill number 2133 and waive the reading except for title.
Thank you. And that has been so introduced, and introduce Bill number 2134.
I have to read the bill. Bill number 2133, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City, Nevada, amending Boulder City Municipal Code, Title 11, Zoning and Subdivisions, Chapter 13, CM Commercial Manufacturing Zone, to authorize the growing and wholesale of crops and other related agricultural and horticultural activities as permitted use subject to certain requirements, AM 26-387. This matter will be considered at the August 11th, 2026 City Council meeting.
Thank you. And we need an introduction and waive the reading except for title on Bill number 2134.
I'd like to introduce Bill number 2134, waive the reading except for title.
Thank you. Bill number 2134, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City, Nevada, approving lease agreement number 26-088 between the City of Boulder City and Hangar Club LLC to enter into a lease agreement to develop aircraft storage hangars on approximately 36.33 acres of land located on the Boulder City Municipal Airport for a period of 40 years with one 10-year option. This matter will be considered at the August 11th, 2026 City Council meeting.
Thank you. That brings us to item number 12, or 10 rather, pertaining to appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a variance to permit a 6-foot wall fence in the required front yard at 701 Avenue I. So we enter a public hearing after Mr. Mays gets through telling us what we're supposed to do.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy, members of the City Council. Michael Mays, your Deputy City Manager. The maximum height for a fence in the front yard of single-family homes is 4 feet. The owner of 701 Avenue I applied for a variance to increase the height of the front yard fence by 2 feet for a total height of 6 feet. You can see on the screen, this shows the existing 4-foot high wall that is adjacent to the front yard, and the front yard is not only that portion which is seen from New Mexico, but the portion on Avenue I back to the house. That's all considered the front yard. So the Planning Commission considered the variance request on June 17th of 2026. Planning Commission voted to deny the variance by a vote of 5-0. The applicant, Mr. Archuleta, has appealed this decision to the City Council. The City Council, following the required public hearing and deliberation on this matter, has 3 options. You could affirm the Planning Commission decision tied to the findings that were established by the Planning Commission for criteria A, B, and E, which is contained in the staff report. You could reverse the action of the Planning Commission by creating new findings based on criteria as stated in section 1132.4 of the City Code. Or you could modify parts of the Planning Commission's decision, and again with new findings stated above. The applicant, Mr. Archuleta, is here to answer questions as well as staff.
Right. Mr. Archuleta would like to come forward.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and City Council. How are you guys doing this evening?
Good.
So tonight I'm here for a variance, and I want to thank you guys for the opportunity for me to present my appeal. Tonight I'm not asking the City Council to rewrite zoning code or create a new standard for Boulder City. I am simply asking that you consider the unique circumstances of one specific property and determine whether those circumstances warrant limited relief that the variance process was created to provide. This request concerns a corner lot with an unusual layout that leaves the home primary living space exposed to 2 public streets. Because of this configuration, my property cannot enjoy the same level of privacy, security, and everyday residential use that many neighboring properties already have. The proposed 6-foot wall meets the visibility and safety requirements that has been shown to comply with the RTC site visibility standards and would not adversely affect the comprehensive plan or surrounding neighborhood. My goal tonight is to demonstrate that this request meets the intent of the variance criteria and respectfully ask the City Council to reverse the Planning Commission's decision and approve the site variance. I think the main reason that I'm here tonight is because the city code states that because I live on a corner lot, whatever the shortest side of your yard is your front yard, no matter where your front door is or your address is. So my front yard is New Mexico, but my address is Avenue I. My front door is on Avenue I. I get my mail at Avenue I. That's the main reason I was here. When I applied for a fence, staff denied that because, according to city code, that is my front yard. I can't put a fence in my front yard. And tonight I have some demonstrations of some other properties that kind of coincide with what I'm trying to do. And I brought the survey report. Staff also requested that I do a survey from a certified surveyor that would comply with the RTC standards, that when they pull up to the intersection, all visibility would be there. I actually have like 3 feet, not 3 feet, about 8 inches to a foot of clearance on that visibility. So I wouldn't have to do anything to my wall at all or my existing fence because I meet the standards of the RTC. Also in my packet that I presented the entire goal. So I'm trying to block in that side wall. So I have an entire side yard with privacy that I can also put my grandson's swing set there, and we can enjoy a yard in privacy as well and safety. Some of the houses that I took pictures of, because I was asked by some of the councils to take pictures of other properties, would be a greenhouse right across the street from the junior high. Their front yard doesn't at all go to the street, and they have a limited side yard, which is by code their front yard, and they probably also deserve a variance. But other than those two properties, that would be the only two properties that you would have to consider. There's another property on, was it 6th and K, or 8th and K, where that property also, the short yard is also on the front, on K, but their front door is on 8th Street. So because of that, they were able to do what I'm trying to do, build a fence on their side yard, but because the code allows them to do that because code considers that their side yard, so they had no problem doing that. Another picture I have in my packet is the house across the street from me that has a wall much larger than mine, so my house wouldn't look out of sorts for the neighborhood because other walls in my neighborhood are just as high. And consider that if I put a wall there, the aesthetics of the neighborhood would improve. Not only would it improve the value of my house, it would improve the value of their neighborhood. And also, in the middle of Avenue I, 643, in the middle of the block, they do have a 6-foot fence in front of their front yard. They must have had a variance as well. Any questions that I can answer, please?
Any questions?
Mayor, I've got it. Oh, go ahead.
Somebody go.
I think you may have answered the question that I had. Other properties that are unique and maybe have put up a 6-foot wall, did they also have the approval of the RTC?
The ones that I'm speaking of, there was no need because on the one corner of 8th and K, there's no wall there. They put their wall on 8th, so it adjacent to the other house behind them. They don't have an alley behind them. They back to another backyard. So it's a similar situation, but not exact same.
Okay, I had some of the complaints that had came in from, I guess, 3 neighbors, talked about safety. And your property, it looks like it sits back from the corner, even though it sits
It does sit back from the corner. I have easily an 8-foot sidewalk that sits pretty far back. If my neighbors would like me to even diamond my wall for more sight visual, I am totally willing to do that as well.
When you said diamond your wall, did that like step down?
No, I mean diamond, like the corner wouldn't go to a 90 degree, it would come to a 45 degrees, so there'd be more visual at the corner, so they would feel safer when they pull up to that stop sign so they can see both ways.
Okay,
I
and
think
it's a four-way stop, right?
No, it's not. The stop sign is on New Mexico, so the through is on I.
Did you get any input from the fire department or the police department as far as
Only Public Works.
safety issues?
Public Works came by and they agreed that I was okay to keep the wall where it was at, and they were okay if I raised it 2 feet, which is really only 2 runs, because the way the sidewalk goes, some of it will not be quite 6 feet because of the elevation, the way it goes. But Public Works was okay with it, and RTC standards were okay with it. Those are the questions. I never had a question with the fire department. I think the only question there was that I had gates, that way they could go through.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Mays on reference to setting a precedent and how if we were to say yes to the 6-foot wall, how is that setting a precedent since he's in a unique facility building?
So what we provide in the staff report shows the history of similar types of variances. Over the years, variances to front yard fences have been granted and denied, and using similar criteria. Certainly, if the council wanted to, criteria A, from the Planning Commission's perspective, was that it was not exceptional or extraordinary. But based on the City Council's findings, you could determine it as unique and extraordinary, and that the property's location experiences greater exposure than interior lots or corner lots with more convenient orientations. And so you could base that finding on that consideration.
And that's kind of what I see, that it is a unique property. I drove around, I looked at his and a couple of others, and I had mentioned even where I live at, and you had explained the difference between mine and his. But for, I think, maybe 3 to 4 houses in Boulder City that has that problem, and I can understand. I didn't see anything on his report or the June 17th where it talked about when you walk to his house, his front yard is what the city considers his side yard. So that's unique in its sense. But I didn't see anything to where the front yard was ever on New Mexico. And so to me, that makes it unique right there, because it was never on New Mexico. However, his address is New Mexico. Am I correct on that? Or is it
Yeah, so the city code it determines front yard not by the orientation of the house, not by the address. When you have a corner property and you've got 2 lot widths, whichever is the most narrow determines where the front yard is. And so that's why New Mexico is considered the front yard,
okay,
regardless of house orientation.
Okay, and the only way to change that, because it is what it is, when I went to his property, like in mine, my walls are so 6 feet tall. I have privacy, even though people do peek over the fence. I have privacy. When I walk by his, I could look right into his yard, so I could see the fact that there's not privacy, and I can't imagine living in a space like that. That is unique, because that's considered the front of his house, but he doesn't really have a backyard. So my suggestion to my fellow councilmen and women is to consider the uniqueness of this property, and that I don't think it sets a precedent. I mean, what's the purpose of a variance? Is to change whatever the code or ordinance is, if it's a specific purpose, correct?
Correct.
And that's my take on what I see this as a variance to extend to a resident of Boulder City privacy. The safety is covered. RTC said that he sits back far enough. The police or fire department doesn't have an issue with it. So on the basis of what you said, it being a unique property, I would like to discuss the fact that I think that this variance should be changed or modified, however you want to word that.
We're
But I'll
still
let
in
the rest-
public
I'll
comment.
let the rest talk about
We're
that.
still in public
Okay,
hearing, so we haven't got that far yet.
okay.
Other questions for Mr. Mays while he's... Okay, so, thank you. Okay.
I do have a question, please. Mr. Mays? Thank you for sending the council a little bit of the historical permitting and work that had been done there. What I was hoping to find is, that's important to this conversation is something that, because when I look at the map, there's a driveway on New Mexico. And it appears that perhaps one of two things. Either that was the original orientation of the house back when it was built in the early 60s. Is that right? The early 60s?
Yeah, based on the history. of the-
63, I think,
yeah.
was the first permit that we have there. 62?
62.
42. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
You only have the 62.
Please come to Mike and say that.
I bought the house from the Parkers. I don't know who you could, but I found the original house plans, and my house was always, my address, my front door was always on Avenue I.
Okay, thank you. Or that driveway was just put for convenience, and the house was oriented by whoever built it in the way that it sits today with the front. So what you're saying, don't go, Mike, Mr. Mays, please. So the applicant, what you're saying is the house was built with the orientation facing I Street from the very beginning of construction. Okay. Thank you to you. When did our code indicating that the address side or the front of the house is the narrowest portion? I'm guessing that wasn't in place when that house was built, right?
Well, again, you can orient the house any way you want. It's how we define the front yard that's been in the code for a very long time. You have situations throughout the community where you've got the entrance not oriented toward what the code says is the front yard.
And we have multiples of those that you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then the last question for now is in the pictures. I don't know if you had that part of the packet, Mr. Mays, but I don't know the name of the street, but the address is 643. And it's the one that indicates a driveway on the right side, and then what appears to be a 6-foot wall around, adjacent to the driveway and all the way across the front of the property with what looks like a man gate kind of there. You can see it barely on the left of the left-hand picture. Again, I don't know what street it's on, what the orientation of that is, and what 643 facing Avenue I. Okay. So that would be, if we look at the overhead map, facing the narrowest part of their property, if it's in the middle of the block.
Yeah, I would have to research this property, determine whether this wall received a building permit or not, whether they had received any type of variance, and what the history is with that property.
Yeah, it is tough because all those points you just made, did they even apply for a building permit, or did it just go up and nobody knew it? And then did it receive a variance or not, right? And those things matter because if we're going to use this as a consideration and it received a variance, then it would be setting a precedent if we're using it to justify doing the wall in the front yard of this other property, right? By virtue of that comparison, it essentially creates that, at least the potential for a precedent. So that's both concerning and justifying. So anyway, I'll stop there. I'll let the mayor proceed with the rest of the process, and I may have some more questions. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Mays, if you were. still there. One of the challenges that I think on this particular property is the sight line. So we put up a 6-foot fence, and I don't understand, I'm not sure if that diamond concept came in before the planning commission, but my concern would be a skateboarder or a electronic vehicle of some kind coming down New Mexico, and Avenue I does not have a stop sign there, and Avenue I vehicle goes up Avenue I, and the wall on the New Mexico side of the property is too tall to see a skateboarder or a youngster coming on an electronic or a regular bicycle, and the New Mexico person coming on New Mexico can't see the child usually, who doesn't believe in stop signs either, comes out into the intersection, and then I'm dealing with a crisis of an accident that could have been prevented if there was a stop sign on Avenue I, or if the driver could see the person coming down New Mexico towards Avenue I. Was that discussed, or was that one of the things that was brought up at the Planning Commission?
So the Planning Commission did receive the sightline diagram. It was requested because there was a concern that there wasn't compliance with city code. And so Mr. Archuleta had the sightline drafted. The RTC standard applies to vehicles only. So it doesn't contemplate pedestrians or motorized vehicles on the sidewalks. So that was not brought up.
Okay. And was the diamond shape brought up in Planning Commission?
With the comments with the Planning Commission, no, is part of the presentation, but the diamond concept applies to vehicular traffic on the streets to ensure that vehicles approaching on New Mexico at Avenue I, where there's the stop sign, can adequately see around the corner for approaching vehicles on Avenue I. That's why the diagram is done, to ensure that that sight line is maintained. It just doesn't contemplate the sidewalks and any users of the sidewalks.
Thank you. Thank you. Other comments or questions?
Was there a discussion of putting up a stop sign?
That wouldn't have been in the purview of the Planning Commission. They're just looking at the merits of the basis for the variation.
Okay.
I just want to say, I do agree with the mayor that I think the precedent isn't warranted, and that there is a big safety issue there with a throughway. I did drive the property a couple of times, so I think there is an issue there. And I agree with the Planning Commission and what Dr. Hardy just stated, that it's a safety issue. That's all I had to say, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? So we'll close your testimony and invite people to come up. This is a public hearing. Anyone can come up and take their 3 minutes and tell us what you think about this particular project. Anyone on the phone line? Okay. Anyone in chambers like to come up and address this? Seeing no one coming up and no one on the phone line, we will close the public comment or the public hearing and come back to council and ask council what they would like to do.
I'd like to approve, or I'd like to stand with the Planning Commission and deny the request.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
Moved and seconded. Discussion.
I'd like to discuss the possibility of, if it's safety, to put up stop signs in that area or squawk lights. I mean, we've been doing it around town in other areas that we have deemed to be unsafe. Veterans and Adams is a perfect street where we had to put up stop signs or things like that because of the safety of the kids on motorbikes or whatever those scooters are called. I just like to maybe discuss the privacy of this resident and the privacy that he would lose not having, to be able to be outside and enjoy barbecue with his grandkids or whatever in the yard, only because maybe we couldn't put up a stop sign. If that's the case. If it's more than that, then let's discuss that.
We have a motion and a second to support the planning commission. Are you suggesting an amendment to the planning commission?
Mayor, if I may, adding a stop sign to that intersection would not be within the scope of this appeal.
Okay.
Meaning that?
This is a decision whether to allow the fence to be 2 feet higher. If we were asking the council whether to place a stop sign at that intersection, that would need to be agendized as a separate item to discuss whether it'd be appropriate to have a stop sign at that.
Okay, and if we did that, that means we had to put some type of a pause or to get that looked at, or how would that situation look? It would be something separate?
It's just separate from this agenda item. If the council feels that that's a discussion that needs to take place, the council we can bring that back at a later time. But that's not before the council tonight. It's whether the fence should be higher, and there are specific criteria. If the planning commission was to be reversed, the council would have to make findings that there are exceptional and extraordinary circumstances applicable to the property, that the variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right possessed by other properties in the same zone but denied to the property in question. The granting of the variance will not be materially detrimental to the public welfare, will not adversely affect the comprehensive plan, and the conditions or intended use is not of such a general nature as to make reasonably practical the formulation of general regulation. So those are specific criteria that there would have to be findings for in order to reverse the planning commission decision.
Okay, I can't honestly say that I could address all those at this time, so I'll let the other four discuss or decide.
So we have a motion to deny the appeal, and we have a second, and any other discussion?
I have a question for Mr. Mays.
Okay.
Is there any relevant code or section that would allow or prohibit the homeowner from putting wrought iron above the 4 feet to a 6 foot height, or anything, raising it up? Or are we talking strictly block wall or any type of fencing structure?
It's fence material of any construction. So wrought iron, block wall, wood, could not exceed 4 feet.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, which would actually sustain the planning commission's findings, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
So that is 4-1. Thank you. That will bring us to item number 11. Another public hearing, Mr. Mays.
Boulder City is unique. The vast majority of the land within the community is not privately owned, but owned by the city. 25 years ago, residents were concerned that they were not aware of potential leases or city-owned land until the leases were being brought before the city council for consideration. In response to those concerns, the city council at the time amended the city code and created the land management process. I'm going to refer to it as the LMP through my presentation. This amended Title 9 and Chapter 2 of the city code. Long before leases are negotiated, appraisals conducted, requests for proposals sought, and zoning considered, a preliminary process was put into place to provide the opportunity for the public to be aware of and provide comment on the potential sale or lease of city-owned land.
Now, I'll interrupt you right there for the public hearing, and we will take a very brief recess.
Okay?
Thank you.
Never apologize. You know, and that's, it's like I said, it's a unique property. So, basically, that people can't.
I'll need a moment, Mayor, please, to get all the mics up, and I'll let you know when we're ready.
Thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order. Mr. Mays?
To start the LMP process, an applicant, which can either be a developer or the city, submits an application to the city. This is presented to the city council at a regular meeting. If the council votes to advance the application, it goes to the planning commission for a public hearing and their recommendation. Then the application returns to the city council to decide whether to add that use to the LMP list. Currently, there are 17 parcels, which is approximately 1,700 acres on the LMP list. You can see it on the screen here. The properties on the list are shown in two areas of the community. We have what we refer to as the town site area, and they are denoted in red, and then the El Dorado Valley, and also shown in red. Those are the 17 parcels that are currently on the list. It's important to note that just because a parcel is added to the LMP list does not mean that the property will ever be developed. In fact, City Code says that if the parcel has not been sold or leased within 3 years, it comes back to the City Council, where the council will decide if you want to remove it from the list, and I'll be getting to that in a little bit. Another misconception regarding the LMP process is it provides property rights. Adding a parcel to the LMP list does not confer any land use property rights or authorize any action for city property. It simply is the first step in a long process for city consideration. Tonight, in addition to holding the public hearing, the City Council has 3 items, and I will just summarize those. The first is LMP 2603. This is the application submitted by Townside Solar to LLC, which I'll refer to as TS2. Property is located at the southwest corner of I-11, US 95 interchange. The site is 88.5 acres in size. TS2 currently has an option to develop the property with solar and battery storage on the site. Earlier this year, TS2 submitted an LMP application to consider data center uses for the site. On March 24, 2026, the City Council advanced the application to the Planning Commission for consideration. On May 20th, 2026, the Planning Commission held the public hearing and recommended 6-1 to the City Council to not add data center uses to the LMP list for this site. The minutes of the meeting, including the public comments, were contained in your staff report and packet. On July 3rd of 2026, ST2 withdrew their application for data center consideration. The second parcel I want to highlight is LMP 2203. On June 28, 2022, City Council added this area to the LMP list per Resolution 7470. Referred to as Elite RV, this area is approximately 74.3 acres and located west of Adams Boulevard and Veterans Memorial Drive, and designed for a high-end RV park and cabin rental uses. The applicant, Top Dollar Entertainment, LLC, received the appraisals conducted by the city and a prepared draft lease. They chose not to proceed with the development. And so council approval tonight of Resolution 8161 would remove this parcel from the LMP list. LMP 2204. On June 28, 2022, the City Council added this area to the LMP list per Resolution 7470, referred to as the grocery store site. This area is approximately 16.3 acres and located southeast of Veterans Memorial Drive and Boulder City Parkway, and designated for a grocery store and associated retail uses. City staff initiated the application in 2022 to encourage the development of a second grocery store in the community. A ballot question was brought to the voters in November of 2022 by the City Council to consider the sale of the land for a grocery store and associated retail uses. The voters turned down the ballot question. And so, since it's been 3 years, we are bringing this back before the City Council for removal, and Resolution 8162 would remove it from the LMP list. In conclusion, City Manager's Office respectfully requests that the City Council hold the public hearing, move to conclude the LMP process for LMP 2603, Townsite Solar Site, recording the formal withdrawal of the application, and consider the adoption of Resolutions 8161 and 8162 to remove the Elite RV and grocery store sites from the LMP list. And with that, I can answer any questions.
All right, questions? All right, thank you. So I will open the public hearing then. If we take this in order for LMP. So first of all, Mr. Mays, go through the steps of the land management process again.
Certainly. It is initiated by an application, either by a developer or city staff. That application is presented to the City Council. The City Council decides whether to advance that on to the Planning Commission for their consideration. It moves on to the Planning Commission if the council votes for that. Planning Commission holds a public hearing, and they deliberate on whether to add that city-owned parcel to the land management process list or not. Their recommendation then comes back to the City Council, and the City Council makes a final determination of whether to add it to the list or not.
Does the land management process include open hearings?
Yes.
At what level?
There is obviously the public meeting associated with the initial City Council consideration. There is a public hearing at the Planning Commission deliberation, and a public hearing, just like you will have tonight, for City Council final consideration of whether to add it to the list or not.
So these public hearings are not done in secret?
No. The intent of this ordinance was to provide a transparent process to not only let the public know about the potential lease or sale of city land, but to allow them to weigh in on it and provide their input.
And the Planning Commission had all that and heard comments?
Yes.
And the Planning Commission, for instance, on LMP 2603, what was their finding and what was their decision?
They recommended to not add it to the list with a vote of 6-1.
And if that Planning Commission hearing, having been denied by the Planning Commission, what is the role of City Council?
City Council evaluates the public comments that have been received, evaluates the recommendation of the Planning Commission, and then makes a determination whether you want to add it to the list or not.
And if the Planning Commission does not, if the City Council does not add it to the list, what happens?
It dies.
So LMP 2603, if the council overrides the planning commission?
That's certainly the option, but I thought the intent with this, with the withdrawal, in light of the applicant's decision.
I'm hearing the mayor's question is just a general question.
Okay.
Of if the planning commission recommends denial, the city council just takes that recommendation and can follow it, or can have a different
Yes.
outcome.
So, to be really clear, if this city council does not override the planning commission, LMP 2603 is dead.
The city council it's not an override. You take into consideration their recommendation, and then you determine whether to add it to the list or not. But if you choose not to add it to the list, it's dead.
So the city council can add this or it cannot. And if it does not add it to the LMP process for ongoing, then it's dead.
Yes.
I want to be real clear that unless the city council overrides the planning commission, that application is not going forward. Did you say that?
That is very clear.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney? Council?
Yeah, I think, also, I think you're clarifying, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth, if the application were still before us, because we don't even have an application anymore, so we're just closing the loop, basically, right? I think we all are working on that information. I think you're asking hypotheticals if the application were still before us. Okay, thank you.
I'm not looking for a motion.
Thank you.
So one of the things that we have, we, the council, have the ability to talk about something if it's on the agenda. And if it is not on the agenda, we as a council cannot do that by law. So all of the challenges that we have, why don't we just, there is a process that we have to honor and we have to abide by. So we can't do, all we have to do is just. And so anything that one person or two people, or perish the thought 3 people got together and said, is meaningless. We as a council have yet to hear this particular issue and talk about it ourselves. To what Councilman Walton alludes to, this has been removed by the proponent, but that doesn't preclude us from having our say as a council before we take that motion to, accept it or to deny it. So this is a time where we literally have as a council to say something in public for the first time as a council legally about this issue. Am I right?
That is correct.
Am I right, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, following the planning commission's recommendation and the output of public comments regarding that, which is what the land management process is about, getting that input. This is the first time after getting that input the council has had an opportunity to discuss the item.
Thank you. And so if I may, I would like to take the privilege of the chair and talk about what we've been through and what we go through. Pardon?
Should we do public hearing first?
So this is a public hearing, and we can have public hearing, and you're all welcome to come up or call in for public hearing, after which, as Councilman Jorgensen reminds us, after which we can talk. Right?
The city council, if you want to ask questions and offer comments before you open the public hearing, you can. If you want to open the public hearing first, you can. And then, but you just, the final action and conclusion can't take place till after the public hearing.
Am I a member of the public?
No, not for purposes of the public meeting,
All right,
the council meeting.
all right. So we will open the public hearing now, and this is the literal second bite at the apple. If you've talked already in public comment, you are more than welcome to come up again in public hearing about this particular issue. State your name, and again, I appreciate the decorum that this group has had through tonight. It's facilitated the discussion and has helped people continue to be neighbors. And I appreciate that. So come forward and state your name. And
It's going to take me a second to write my name. I forgot to the first time. Do I have time to do that? Okay. Great. Christine Schackinger. It's very long. The clock is so intimidating. So I'm up here a second time because we talked about the what of a data center, or what happens when there are data centers. We didn't talk about how we got here or the why of the data centers. So on the one side, the data center people want you to think this is the future. This is amazing. Everything is coming because of this AI data center, the AI intelligence. It's actually not even AI. It's called large language models. They can't think, they can't reason. They don't have the ability to grow. So how we got here, Sam Altman needed funding for OpenAI. And he said, hey guys, I've got AGI, artificial general intelligence. And that means we can replace workers. We can do all these amazing things with this. So therefore, everyone goes hundreds of billions of dollars. Here you go, everybody, and all these companies started emerging, right? Google had to catch up. Google was actually the paper Sam Altman used to start ChatGPT. It's called Paying Attention. So what happens is this technology comes out, and leaders in the industry are arguing about whether it's even worthwhile. And Sam Altman 2 years later comes out and goes, oh, AGI is not possible. Lassoon from Meta, AGI is not possible. He's the head of researcher, but left to start something called world models. So did Gary Marcus, one of the originators of the industry as well. And others have left too. Large language models have no future. They cannot think, they cannot reason. Hallucinations are part of the foundational math. The math that creates the large language model. When you type something in, every character is a mathematical number and a token, right? So now you might pay $20 or $100 for it. They're going to charge everyone tokens. That means that Uber already ran through their entire token budget in 4 months. 48% of companies have canceled all their AI budgets. Starbucks canceled their AI inventory. Kaiser Permanente, Uber, McDonald's, Ford, IBM, and they don't cancel necessarily everything, but a lot of it. The reason is the hallucinations can't be fixed, ever. The security issues are a nightmare, also mathematical, also part of the foundations. So what are they building all these for? Because right now the growth in the actual data center market is 1% based on everything we do now, beside AI. Your phone, your computer, your refrigerator, your Alexa, whatever, all runs on the current internet, right? So what's happening is they're doing it for military surveillance, massive, massive, massive surveillance. And that's about it. So they need it for the development of things like Palantir or Flock, who now can track you in your car by the signal that comes off your phone. So I don't have enough time to really get into all of this, but I suggest that you guys look into the real reasons and applications, because all the funding right now is coming from the US government and the US military. You're not paying for it. $20 doesn't cover anything that you do. People that have gone off and getting tokens, they're spending $2,000, $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 a month. And companies have told their employees to stop using it because they can't afford it. If you're using Engineer, sure. But if you're using it for PowerPoints, we can't afford you using that anymore. So this technology isn't really the future they've told you it is. And this is all, I just want to finish real quick. This is all information from cited data sources, industry leaders, academic papers. This isn't my opinion. So, just want to let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and it's my birthday, so thank you for letting me speak.
Roseanne Rabbiola Mealy. I actually was here working for the city when the land management plan was instituted. There have been some changes. I can tell you that if I were to bet, I could bet that 95% of the residents in this town do not know how the land management plan or the land management process works. And I will also tell you that you cannot convince people or change their mind with facts. So, I can also tell you that you can go through whatever great lengths you choose to go through to explain the steps of the land management process. Thank you, Michael, very much. You can't do it once. You can't do it twice. You gotta keep doing it. And the process might be something that could be included, I don't know, in a PowerPoint on the website where you could maybe click on it and see it, or maybe on a utility insert. Bill Ferentz told me it was the public information officer's responsibility to go to every single house in this city to tell them what's going on. Is it possible? Maybe. Do I have that much time now? No. Am I PIO now? No. Are there ways to get to people? Yes. Easier than when I was doing it. You have to repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. That's all.
Thank you. To clarify, we have 3 resolutions, and they can talk to any one of them, not just the 2603, but the 8161 and the 8162. So all 3 of them are available.
I'll be brief. My name's Adam Schulteis. This is a given. I mean, let's be logical. Just go with the Planning Commission, follow their lead, and then that's a done deal, and then go right after TS Solar 2. And I mean, give them everything we have in Boulder City to go and appeal that whole process with the BLM. It's a given. I mean, it's very logical. When 2 + 2 is 4, it's not 3.8. It's not 3.999. The Planning Commission gave you really the answer based on, there were like 50 people that spoke that night. The people spoke. Come on, guys. You know what to do.
Jonna Malore. I just wanted to also say, so for 2603, that if I understand it correctly, it was approved to allow the BES complex. And that was a new thing that they added to it to try to get approval to have the data center there. I don't think that we had a whole lot of people who went crazy over the BESS part of it, but a lot of us did go crazy over the data center part of it. 3.5 hours of the Planning Commission meeting that we all went to and stayed at, I think that should mean a lot to you, how serious this is to us. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you.
Again, Eric King, longtime resident. This is item C. It's resolution number 8161 regarding the RV park and cabin rental. I wanted to share from a designer standpoint. I know I talked about trees earlier, so if I'm granted a slight leeway, I'd like to share something that I just wrote as an emergent inspiration, and kind of in line with what this nice, kind lady here said earlier. 5 stanzas. What is a tree? Not a bird nor a bee. For a tree is the strong steed, upon whose back we ride indeed. The bird alights upon a tree limb, so it can rest, then once more swims. But with wings it sings amidst the air, and goes to heights and flights most don't dare. And bees they buzz, and some have fuzz. They alight upon flowers' petals, then does what bees do. We know it's true, because trees they fruit and resolutely guzzle, that is, we humans do, and much, their sap, their merits, their dear sweet touch, even their lives, which to them we clutch, to survive in hot cities and such. O trees and birds and bees, yes please, help our wisdom rise in fine decrees, so we and you thrive and be at ease, living long in plenty of urban trees. Why did I say that? Well, I like to write poetry. I wrote that here tonight, and we're losing a lot of trees. I said that earlier. We lost 100,000 plus and counting. And when we do that, and mature trees go away, it takes about 20 to 30, possibly 50 years for their cooling power to affect the quality of life for anybody around them. And were you to put an RV park or other use in there, per what is described here, cabin rental, from a design standpoint, I would very strongly recommend that there be some type of amendment, upgrade, additional consideration for what shade goes into your design, planning, and uses intended for land management. We are living on a hot rock here, more so than any other part of the country in terms of how it affects people, and they are dying. More than 1,500 in the last 5 years have died from heat-related deaths. Retired people would use such property, and with more shade and the automatic cooling effect of trees, huge ACs, they probably would live longer and healthier. Thank you for hearing me.
Hello, Janelle Sorensen again. Thank you for allowing us the chance to speak about this tonight. I really do appreciate it. I want to tell you about Third Act. I'm wearing my Third Act t-shirt. This is a nonprofit that is comprised of senior citizens, retired attorneys, educators, organizers, and they have come into our lives. I want to back up and say that what started as a grassroots movement, as a conversation between friends and neighbors, has grown into something much more. So somewhere along the line, this organization kind of put us under their wing and said, we've got you. We believe in what you're doing, because they have a 2-part mission. One is to preserve democracy. One is to protect the environment. So we're the perfect storm here with both of those things. And they said, you're like the canary in the coal mine. What happens here in Boulder City is a good indicator of what's going to happen elsewhere in the country. Now, let's back up. And I expect that all of us have been learning a lot about data centers in the past few months. I certainly have. And I'm sure that you all have too. I expect that all of us in this room cared very deeply about Boulder City and the future of Boulder City, even if we've had differences of opinion about what direction we would take. But I'm sure that you've read the same articles that I have. I've got a bunch of alerts set up, so I'm reading articles about this every day, and across the country there's this movement going on against data centers. Now, Third Act became a founding member of a larger coalition just last month, June 2026. The name of the coalition is the Stop Data Centers Coalition. And this organization already has more than 500 advocacy organizations that have joined as part of this. So that gives you an idea of the direction that things are going. And I'm thinking of Martin Luther King Jr.'s quote about the arc of history bends towards justice. Definitely seems like there's an arc here going away from data centers. And you know, think ahead 20 years. What are people going to be thinking about this? One more quote from the Bible. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and to lose his soul? That's one that's been much on my mind too in this process. I do have an ask. Oh gosh, please put on your agenda for the next meeting to amend the code, as mentioned in Judy's letter, to require voter approval before approving data centers, and also to adopt a moratorium for any data center development in or adjacent to Boulder City. Thank you.
Thank you. We have anyone on the phone? We have someone on the phone?
Public comment, go ahead.
Hi, this is Cherabelle Lobb. I spoke earlier, and I wanted to. Are you ready for me to speak now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, this is Cherabelle Lobb. I spoke earlier, and I wanted to speak again about 8163. One thing I wanted to mention is I've heard several people refer to it as out of our hands or something that's inevitable. And all that really is forced inevitability. It is fully avoidable having the data centers in there or having things that were mentioned like chemical plants or any of that, because we can fight against them. We're trying to right now. By allowing the city attorney to file in favor of 8163, that is us continuing our fight. And with that being said, I would also...
Cherabelle, this
Yes?
public hearing is related to the LMP item number 11, not 12, that you're referencing.
Oh, my apologies. I heard Mayor Hardy say earlier that 8163 was also allowed to be spoken of now.
During the initial public comment and second public comment, no, this is the public hearing specific to the LMP.
Oh, my apologies. I misunderstood. Okay. Well, thank you anyways. My apologies.
Thank you.
Come back to podium if you would.
Okay, so is a comment, a quick summary comment about data centers permitted?
Yes.
Kathleen McGarity, making a very quick final comment. The existing data centers that are currently built within the state of Nevada are projected, in a rough estimate, to consume approximately 3.11 billion gallons of water by the year 2030. And yet, residents are restricted as to when they can water their lawns because we have a severe water drought. We all know that Secretary of Interior Doug Burgum has held a meeting in the last month with all the governors of the southwestern states to seek a new agreement on the distribution of the usage of the Colorado River, and that hasn't been resolved yet. So we all can agree that our federal government is aware also that we are in a drought and have a severe problem. I appreciate the council's careful consideration of this massive imbalance, the juxtaposition of a severe drought that the federal government is involved in, combined with the fact that we're talking about billions of water gallons needed to run these data centers that already are built, including, well, never mind. And so I would urge you to consider that and vote against data centers for Boulder City, both in the current form and in an ongoing way. And we thank you very much for listening to the strong opposition of the voting constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers?
Good evening again, council, mayor, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, just weighing in on agenda item number 11. Look, there's no point in rehashing the last 3 hours and 15 minutes of commentary about how everybody here is completely against data centers. I think, again, it's important to note that TS2 has kind of done a complete turnaround. They are a hedge fund at their central core of being. They have officially no data centers online operating in a positive capacity. I think that we can do better. Again, in chambers tonight, you have individuals who represent a future of what a possible data center might look like. It won't look anything like TS2 has proposed. It does not kill our environment the way the TS2 data center might. And I think it is worthy of patience. So the LMP process has fulfilled its goal of use it or lose it. TS2 is gracefully withdrawn its application, and I will hope that you will respect that, along with all the opinions that you've heard tonight, and for 3 or 4 council sessions now, where the moral majority of Boulder City citizens have denounced their approval of data centers here within Boulder City city limits, or next door on BLM land. I hope that you will consider that all going forward and will be patient with the LMP process and will, again, hopefully introduce measures that ask for permission from your constituents before you allow data centers as an allowable use to the LMP process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else here in chambers would like to come forward? Anyone online? We will close the public hearing then, bring this back to council.
Can I make a motion?
Well, let's discuss.
Oh, we're going to discuss first.
I appreciate the opportunity to be able to discuss. I appreciate your words on the land management process. I do agree. It is very confusing. I remember when I first got onto council, the first thing that came towards me, I thought, oh no, I've got to make my decision right now. It wasn't until it was explained to me more completely that I understood that it was the beginning of transparency, basically, of what to do with our lands. When I had the opportunity just barely to go up to Carson City and talk with other mayors, with the governor, they were all saying they're running out of land. They're land poor. We are land rich. We are blessed in Boulder City to be land rich. But with that comes a responsibility. And that responsibility comes through the land management process. It allows us the ability, not just as council or as city employees, to be able to have applicants come to us, whether it's within or without, and say, hey, we have this land. I'd like to do this with it. I think this would be a good use for it. And then we don't just say, oh yeah, that's a great use. Yeah, let's do it, right? Instead, we have this process, and it's amazing. We're one of the few communities that have this process where you have the opportunity, just this process alone, to get back to us as council has given you the opportunity to speak 3 to 4. I mean, we just had 2 times tonight that some of you spoke. It's a very transparent process. I recognize when you come to the podium and you speak to us and we cannot answer questions back, or it might seem like we are not engaged. That is not true. What is happening is we are listening. We may not be able to speak, but we are listening. And that's what this process is all about. I'm grateful for it. I'm glad we passed it on to the Planning Commission. You had your voices heard. You've done your homework. You've had an opportunity to engage in the process that I like to call freedom and liberty, that we just celebrated 200 years on the 4th of July. It's a beautiful process in this country that we all should never take for granted. And I know that we don't up here. Please recognize that being up here is just as hard as being down there. And that we live here too. We love where we live. We respect where we live. We respect you. And we appreciate the respect you've shown us tonight. Because we are not the enemy, we are your neighbor. And it is important through this process that we get to hear you so that we can go through the process with information and knowledge. We haven't made any decisions except whether or not to put it on a land management process. There's been no other decision made. So tonight, with the applicant having removed it, I see it as being basically dead. But I also see it as having been very transparent in that you've had the opportunity through this process to share with us how you feel. And you should look at that as an important opportunity. I do. I mean, I loved how you just asked, am I part of the community right now? Because we are part of the community, but we don't get to be that up here, right? That's why you vote for us. And maybe don't vote for us in the future. But recognize that this process has done exactly what it was meant to do, to be transparent and give us the opportunity to listen. So thank you.
Thank you. Comments?
I definitely do, thank you. To make sure I didn't miss any of my points, I put some thoughts down here, so forgive me if I'm reading some of them. It has been manifest, though, in the past few months that many processes, as has been said, including the LMP, land management process, can be confusing, and they can be misunderstood unless you're deeply in it and involved with it and visiting with staff about it and studying it. The conversation surrounding this agenda item is as much about understanding the city's land use process as it is about the land use application for tonight's agenda item. Yes, as a responsible and responsive elected official, I have been meeting with citizens regarding this land use application. Not to advocate one way or the other for or against it, but to explain the land management process and where we currently stand within it. I believe that meaningful community conversations can only be grounded in the facts around our own circumstances and our own city's realities. And in the effort of attempting to clarify the process, or where we are in the process, or that there's just an application, there have been a multitude of egregiously erroneous and deceptive accusations thrown at City Council. The process is meant to protect the citizens so that nothing happens outside of an open meeting, but it also is meant to protect City Council from these type of accusations, because nothing has been done by this council outside of any meeting whatsoever. The fact that there is no land use designation for a data center, in essence, is a standing moratorium. In other words, there is no legal process for approving a data center. If we wanted to go through the entire LMP again, that's what it would take. The decision by Townsite to withdraw their application is their prerogative. As outlined in the LMP, the applicant is required to provide information regarding what they're proposing to build, and to include some financial condition and funding for the project, their background and experience in building and operating similar projects, and so forth. If you've seen their application, it's quite extensive. I think we all have seen that they have taken a shotgun approach at best to be described in trying to state what they wanted to build, while having no known experience by any of us, or I think that they've represented, they have no experience in building or operating a project of this type. Through this process, we have learned that there are currently way more questions than answers, and that there have been egregious errors across the country over the past decade in the design, development, and operation of data centers. None of us want to see any of those mistakes repeated in Boulder City. I share all of the concerns, including the development and operational concerns that have been expressed by our community members here and throughout the months that have led up to this meeting. As a note, the comprehensive evaluations that people have made regarding Townsite's infrastructure and financial impact claims, which are pie in the sky, absolutely, but they've all been based on Townsite's application. None of those claims were ever negotiated, validated, considered, or endorsed by City Council. This council has not taken a position nor published any operational or financial analysis regarding this application, because it's only an application. This council has addressed this issue before it with strategic and critical thought. We all, the entire community, as well as City Council and staff, have learned far more about data centers and opinions about data centers and the mistakes about data centers. And thank you for the in-depth technical understanding tonight, which adds to the total work of the research, right? We've learned so much about it. And as we have done that, as we've done our research, we're always seeking to preserve the most important elements of what we all love about Boulder City and what we call home. And I think somebody said it almost identical to what I like to say as well. We move here for a reason, and we stay here for a reason. I've raised my children here. Some of my grandchildren are growing up here. Our friends and our families and the best interests of the community are woven into every aspect of this shared community. We have so much to be thankful for in this town, and we would do well to not take it for granted. Land leases in general are not about growing government. They're about preserving what we have, planning for the future, setting aside reserves for challenging economic times, but at all times staying true to all the points of our strategic plan. And if you haven't been a part of the strategic plan that we have refreshed not that many months ago. I encourage you to reach out to any one of us and we'll share it with you. One of the main points about it is preserving Boulder City and maintaining our controlled growth and keeping the character of our community. And as has been said, admittedly, the constraints of the open meeting law do make interaction at this location sometimes difficult, which is why anybody that reaches out to me, I always extend the invitation to meet face to face, whether on this item or any other topic related to city business. I always want to sit down and hear what's being said, explain what I know, and have a face-to-face exchange. I thank everybody who's taken the time and effort to reach out over the months, to come to the workshops, to come to the public meetings, to meet with me, and to give comments here this evening. I look forward to continued civil discourse, meeting together in public meetings or face-to-face, and continuing to conduct ourselves with courtesy and kindness. I really appreciate the way that those of us in the chambers have conducted ourselves this evening. It's been a positive and I think a very Boulder City experience, and we're grateful for that up here. Mayor, until I give everybody else their chance, I think that's all I've got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I ran for office, 4 years ago now, for a state assembly. And the reason why I did that is because I wanted to have a voice. I wanted to be heard in my community. It was COVID that actually brought me here. I grew up in an environment as a baby boomer of you always get a second opinion before you make a decision on anything. And there was a time where our government was saying, nope, you have to take this shot or whatever. You just could not. You had to do what you were told. So I'm kind of like you in the audience. I research. I'm thorough about what I do, what I say, but I use common sense on everything. And like my fellow councilmen and women have said, we live here and we all moved here for a purpose. And that is because it's a small town and it's good people that live here, and we enjoy our neighbors, and we enjoy a good fight when there's a good fight. And that's what's happening tonight. It's a time where you have your chance of talking, and you've had that chance for the last 4 or 5 months. And the council, because of open meeting law, we haven't had a chance to speak. I am for technology. I ran on that. I will always be for technology at a certain time, at a certain place, when it's right, when everybody agrees with it, because it's not about what I like, but it's about what I know, having lived on this earth for 70 years. We went through the ebb and flow of different ages of space and technology and cars, and I said all that the last time in January when this first came to light. But the thing about America is you can speak up, you can speak out. You do have a time of debate and a time to say what you want to say. Just because we're on the council, we still live here and we are citizens, and we take it just as serious as you do. I think that there'll be a time and place for technology, whatever that looks like. There was a gentleman who spoke earlier to say, okay, if not this, then what? And we'll handle that situation when that comes too. But we're in this boat together, and we have to row one way, and that's forward. I love the process and the way that it worked. I did not know about land management process. I learned a lot about data centers and everything else. I took a lot of tours. I met with the pros and cons in our community. There's actually a lot of majority, a silent majority that's here in our town that just doesn't come up to the dais, so they don't speak, but we've met with them one-on-one. Just as many as here tonight I've met on the other side. And sometimes to make a decision as big as this it weighs heavy on you, because nobody wants to disappoint anybody, but sometimes we are disappointed by our decisions. I think that the process played out. Whichever way we vote tonight is the way we vote tonight, but I think that everybody could see on both sides of the aisle, on the fence or wherever, that we've done our due diligence by studying the situation, the agenda items, and we've come to a clear decision. I'm one of four, and I'm one of five, and I said that to all of you who I've met over coffee. You know what my position is. I love technology, but that doesn't mean I'm just going to jump into the first thing that knocks on our door. I think that there's a time and place for it. I know there is. It's moving exponentially, and there's just so many things that's going on in our country to divide us. I think in Boulder City, we are living in truly a golden age with a new museum coming up, the Adventure Center, we have wine walks. People come here from all over just to experience us, not the town itself, us, the people. And we all want Boulder City to stay like that, but it's not to say that there cannot be technology. We could have both, but in the right way, in the right time, and in the right place. That may not be now, may not be in 30 years from now, and I don't know. But there will be a time of change to move forward for the better. And I think, me personally, anyway, I can only speak for myself, that I have come to the conclusion that I have because I have studied and because I've listened. So I want to thank all of you for coming out tonight, and especially those that are online that may have left and came back or called in, that know that we have the same heart that you have for our city. We love Boulder City, and we want the best for Boulder City. But there will be a time where technology will change the way we live, but we just want it to be for the better. So I just thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to open my mouth boldly on behalf of Boulder City.
And I'll just say, I agree with everybody up here. I think we're all passionate about Boulder City, just as you're passionate. And so I'm not going to say any more than that, but I agree with everybody. I agree with everybody that's speaking, that we had that opportunity to get up and say our peace of mind. We didn't at the city council. I think Sherry brought that up as the land management. It didn't ever go on the land management, so we weren't allowed to talk to you about data centers. But everybody's had the opportunity to express their feelings about it, and I really appreciate that, and appreciate everybody up here taking care of all this. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone that hasn't actually had a chance to be in public comment or public hearing, seeing none, we're moving on. We're up here, and I think unfortunate is a good word that doesn't really describe the deep feelings when BLM was able to approve something that actually is on Boulder City property.
In our jurisdiction, it's not on our city-owned property.
So we have jurisdiction, and we probably didn't get a chance to say yes.
No, we were not reached out to by the BLM to be included in the decision.
So you see the challenge that we have, and fortunately we have a congressperson who can write a letter and get attention.
Yes, and this is, that is going to be discussed more in item 12 and item 11, just concluding the land management process now that the application has been withdrawn.
And the application, even though it's been withdrawn, we have been able to have it on the agenda, and that's why we've been able to say what we've said tonight as a council. So I think right now, as I look at all of the things that have happened, I come from Northern Nevada, and they have this organization in Northern Nevada, the Toyobe chapter of the Sierra Club. Traditionally interested in environmental things, and the Sierra Club came out with a paper that is entitled Sierra Club Toyota Chapter's Proposed Best Practices for Data Centers, Data Center Ordinances for Local Governments Benefiting Municipalities, Businesses, and Residents. So some of you may be aware of the Sierra Club, but it's fights for the environment, fights for all of those kinds of things that make our life comfortable. So it would be an interesting thing to read, because there are actual suggestions on if you want a data center, what you should make sure of. And we are not there. And come November, we will have an opportunity to vote if we ever want to go there or where this community would like to be. I appreciate the decorum, I appreciate the respect that people have had for one another this evening, both here in chambers and online. With that, we will close the public hearing. We've already done, and we need to take a motion.
Mayor, I move to that LMP 2603 be formally withdrawn and that the proposed use for a data center is not added to the LMP list.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And that brings us to Resolution 8161.
I move that resolution number 8161 to remove the space formerly known for the RV park and cabin rental be removed from the land management process.
Is there a second?
I second.
All those, is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, and that brings us to Resolution 8162.
Mayor, I'll move to approve 8162, removing what we call the grocery store lot for from the LMP list.
Is there a second?
I second.
Moved and seconded twice. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And that brings us to the number 12.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brittany Walker, your City Attorney this evening. Item 12 before you is a resolution that would authorize the City Attorney to file a notice of appeal and petition to stay the BLM decision dated June 26th regarding the Town Site Solar 2 Data Center determination of NEPA adequacy. Town Site 2 currently holds a BLM right-of-way grant issued in September of 2023 to construct, operate, and maintain a 19 megawatt solar project with a 35 megawatt battery storage system on BLM land that is located within the City of Boulder City's jurisdiction. In November of 2005, the applicant applied to amend their right-of-way grant from the solar and battery storage to the data center, which would consist of 4 buildings totaling 300,000 square feet. This would require the construction and maintenance of public infrastructure, including roads, water, and sewer connections to the Boulder City systems, as well as require the Boulder City to provide public safety services. In essence, the applicant is proposing to convert their original solar and battery storage project to a data center. And in granting the application, the BLM concluded that the new proposed action, a data center, is essentially the same or similar in type and intensity of land use as the solar and battery storage project. And so the federal process for the environmental assessment was adequate for a data center. This is a departure from previous precedent and procedure, as the BLM essentially sweepingly approved a new land use without following processes in federal law, which include a meaningful engagement process with the City of Boulder City, as well as an adequate opportunity for public comment on the proposed change. City of Boulder City has the right to appeal this decision, and so that is what the resolution would authorize if the City Council chooses to take that approach.
Go ahead.
I just have a question. Can you clarify what it means to be in Boulder City jurisdiction?
Yes, so the City of Boulder City limits, that is the border, that is the area in which the City of Boulder City has control. So we have Clark County, City of Henderson. While Boulder City is in Clark County, we are our own government entity. Our ordinances apply. Clark County ordinances do not apply. The city governs this area and provides resources to the entire area, including the federal land. So when it comes to infrastructure, again, providing water, possibly electricity, roads that are public, have to be publicly maintained, all those are city costs that the city is required to maintain once the infrastructure is put in.
Are we the only city that has BLM land in their jurisdiction?
No, all of the jurisdictions have BLM. Clark County, as well as the city of Henderson, and then throughout the state of Nevada. The numbers change, but I have estimates around 80-85% of land in Nevada is federally controlled.
So with it being BLM land, even though it's within our jurisdiction, we do not have the say on what's being built on that land?
So it's under federal ownership, and typically, federal land is subject to land use and building codes that are local, unless there is a conflict. So where federal law conflicts with local law, then federal law controls because of the property clause and supremacy clauses of the United States Constitution. And so it would be, again, to the extent our local ordinances conflicted with federal laws and regulations, we would be limited in how we could regulate that.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
I'm going to take that one step further. So in other words, even though we don't have any zoning that would approve that type of use, and we have nothing in our ordinances that would regulate that, we would still have to allow it because the federal government said it's okay to put it there. So we couldn't, by default, say, well, we're not going to zone it, so you can't do it.
I don't believe the city of Boulder City could prohibit it altogether. We could regulate it. We could pass zoning regulations that talk about design restrictions, setbacks, noise controls. They would have to follow our building code and meet our building code and fire code requirements. But I do believe that that the city, Boulder City, would not be able to completely prohibit the use altogether. And then there would just have to be a more detailed analysis because the BLM right-of-way grants have extensive conditions on the plan of development, and we would have to look at if that conflicts with our local codes as well. And because we don't have anything in place, there's a concern there as well.
Which, wouldn't those things have been at least discussed had the Bureau of Land Management had public involvement and interagency review associated with the environmental document and other interaction?
Yes, absolutely. They're required to have interagency coordination. They would have had to work with us, and we could have discussed our local land use codes and worked with the BLM on that, but we were not consulted in a meaningful way. The city did reach out to the BLM several times asking about the status of the application, but each time we were just provided answers to our questions. We were not involved in a collaborative way in the process of looking at the application at all, as would have been completed had the federal process been re-completed for the new use and not just had the 2023 analysis apply to the new use.
And is it safe to say that because this is just so overreaching, that we potentially as a community could be on the hook for any number of unknown dollars to support the infrastructure that would have to go to support that project? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, with any development, when public infrastructure is necessary, typically it's installed by the developer, but then the local jurisdiction takes the burden of maintaining that long-term infrastructure. For example, a wastewater line connection or a water line connection, or those types of things that are public infrastructure once they're completed, not to mention police and fire, right? I mean, this is a new intensive use where our public safety resources will have to be deployed for any issues.
Yeah. And they could create a situation where they would actually be a power customer of Boulder City rather than just another customer off of the Meade substation.
It's something that needs to be looked at. We don't really know. In their application, they talk about there wouldn't be a connection to the Boulder City distribution system at all, and they would directly connect into Meade. But there's still a lot of unknowns about how that would be accomplished and whether if redundancy would be necessary, then possibly they'd have to connect to our electrical system. And those are things that would have been explored had the BLM followed the correct process.
Yeah. I think I don't know in any world how they could have made the statement that that project is in any way similar to the original solar energy production and battery energy storage application that they did the NEPA for in 2023. This is absolutely out of line, just ridiculous. I don't know how they could even come to that conclusion. I guess I'll stop right there and let the others make their comments, Mayor.
I just have a question. Would you say this is like out of the norm for a Bureau of Land Management? Have they done anything like this? Do you have a precedent of them, not a land grab, but, invading another city that's close to them in the vicinity, and doing something like this? I know that I've researched that they've never did a data center on BLM land, so this is new for them too. But is there a precedent out there that you could follow, or you could say they did this before?
In our experience with the BLM, and mine is limited to my time here with the city, but a lot of our solar developers have pending applications with the BLM, and it is always a long process, taking many months, with full environmental assessments completed. And so I would say, to conclude, that this is the same use, especially for a brand new use that to my knowledge has never been authorized on BLM land in the state. I do believe it is a departure from BLM traditional processes, which are typically more thoughtful, methodical, and take a lot more time.
I know that the president did an EO, I think last year sometime, saying that they would put data centers on federal land, and I kind of look at that like eminent domain almost, but for the military bases and all those. But I never thought that it would come to this, to where they were, a city that's close to them would be impacted. So I'm wondering, when you file the appeal to petition, how much effect that would have up against the federal government. We'll do all we can do, but it just seems like this is just so out of the norm. I can't think of anything that's even close to this. So I think that we actually have a good leg to stand on. And I mean, there's nothing else we could do but petition this. So I'm sure as you do this, if it's approved tonight, you'll keep us and the residents abreast of what's going on, how it's going, the process, being transparent in that.
Yeah, absolutely. If approved by the council tonight, I would file a notice of appeal and petition to stay the decision. The petition to stay, if granted, would not allow the development to move forward until the matter is heard by the Interior Board of Land Appeals. So I definitely will keep the council and the public apprised of how those are dispositioned of, if they're granted or if they're looked at. We'll definitely let you all know.
And my last question is, has Ms. Titus or Congresswoman Titus reached out to us? I've seen it in the newspaper, but I haven't heard anything personally.
I know that Congresswoman Titus did send a letter to the BLM. I don't believe any city officials have been contacted by her directly, to my knowledge.
Thank you.
I have this one. So how do we find out that BLM has given that land to them?
The BLM sent me the notice of decision.
Oh, they sent you the notice of decision?
Yes.
Okay, I just wondered about that, how we knew. Thank you.
Have we beat that horse? So the resolution is to file a notice of appeal, which you are prepared and ready to do. So I would accept a motion on Resolution 8163.
I move to approve resolution number 8163.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I just wanted to say that I feel like this is a bipartisan issue in that it's a community and an area issue for us. I see this as big because we're taking on a giant. I mean, usually we're used to being the small person in the county. This is a little bit even bigger. But I wanted to tell our city attorney that I appreciated her forethought on this and her insight on doing this, and that I too cannot believe that this happened, but here we are, and so thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. It brings us to item 13.
Yes, thank you. The matter before you is to appoint one member to serve on the Historic Preservation Commission. And this appointment would fill an unexpired term ending August 31st, 2027. And all of the volunteers who are interested in the committee were included in your packet.
Is there a motion to approve somebody?
I make a motion for David Engelman. He's an anthropologist and archaeologist, has a PhD and is a teacher. And I think it's important to have someone that understands the importance of collecting information and documenting it. So I think he would make a good candidate. So that's who I'd like to recommend.
Any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Norma Valley.
And any other nominations? Seeing none, all those in favor of David Engelman, say aye.
Aye.
Any one in favor of Norma Valley, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And as I count it, there's more ayes on Norma Valley.
You're right.
Thank you. So she has been thus appointed to the Historic Preservation Commission. Thank you. And that brings us to City Manager's brief claims paid report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no items to point out for the claims paid report.
Thank you. And any, likewise, the financial report?
I know it's late. I have one quick thing to notice because I always just go over, but in the bi-monthly report that you'll receive tomorrow, I just wanted to mention that within the financial report, I think it's pages 25 through 27, 28, the golf numbers for the golf course. So the preliminary numbers for fiscal year 26 are in. The golf operations are strong. Even with the project going at the muni course, it actually did quite well. Revenues totaling $5.9 million and expenses at $4.1 million, meaning that the golf courses are returning $1.8 million to our general fund. City, of course, operates the golf courses as city recreational facilities, and these are facilities that do return money to our general fund. And this, I won't give you the numbers, but they're included in that financial report on the capital budget for golf course as well. And these are unaudited numbers, and when the final figures will come in a few months once we've finished and they're audited. But we're happy to report that the golf courses have had another profitable year.
Thank you.
Just wanted to share that with you from the finance report. Otherwise, no other items to.
Appreciate it. And that brings us to public comment. Any person would like to come to the microphone, take up to 3 minutes, welcome to do so. And this can be on anything, not necessarily anything on the agenda that we discussed tonight. And anyone on the phone line? Okay. Come forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me. Oh my God, I feel like I need a drink after this. Thank you so much for recognizing
And you're going to tell us
communities.
who you are for the
Brandon
record.
Smith, for the record. Sorry, I feel like you guys should all know me by now. Thank you so much for recognizing the overwhelming majority of your constituents' perspectives on data centers and TS2 tonight. In regards to a couple of your other measures, we do have an opportunity for a new, we'll call it supermarket, central market, in downtown, right next to Boulder Bowl. It's been sitting there for a year. We've been trying to get a Trader Joe's in there. I don't think that's going to happen, but it would be great if we had something like a Trader Joe's, like maybe a Boulder City's version of Trader Joe's there. I would encourage everybody to write in and comment about that. The space has been empty for a year. I know we could use it. I know we would love it. But more importantly, thank you all again for recognizing that we have a voice, and we won't stop with the lines between Boulder City and BLM land. We will fight this to the end. I don't think what TS2 has done has been in the spirit of what the LMP Act was trying to establish. I also hope that you will investigate the opportunity to either vary the ballot question in regards to allowing data centers in the wildlife transfer area to all of Boulder City, to include a popular vote for whether we should have data centers anywhere, period. Now, I know that's obviously been discounted from the LMP for the time being, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to be inundated with other applications from other data center builders, possibly maybe more qualified to bring a data center to Boulder City. But at this time, I think that you guys really need to consider the bigger picture, what we want as a community, what goes forward, and the technology available at this time, and what might be potentially available in the immediate future. I would also like to do a special thank you for Ms. Walker for bringing the petition to the BLM. We will support you any way we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone line? Please go ahead.
Public comment, go ahead.
Yes, again for the verbatim record, Fred Volz. 3 items. First, despite our steadily deteriorating water supply situation, the city has abruptly stopped publishing monthly water consumption statistics on its website as of December 2025. Why? Shouldn't we be focused on measuring progress or backsliding in water consumption? Nagging the public about conservation has been the only tactic employed, while government water consumption continues to visibly increase, especially with repeated daytime and Sunday water use at the golf courses and in city parks, both in violation of SNWA's irrigation regulations the city is compelled to follow. Shouldn't government entities follow the same rules they expect the general public to follow? If something isn't measured, it can't be effectively managed. Number 2, a procedural problem exists with the conduct of these city council meetings that no one has previously acknowledged. It has been decided that there will be an initial public comment period before any business is undertaken and a final public comment period. The problem is that official business includes reports by individual council members. Those reports regularly happen after, not before, the final public comment period. Thus, statements made in those reports cannot be commented on by the public during the meeting where they are made and when they are top of mind for all participants. The council agenda needs to be reconfigured to follow the consistent protocol of public bodies conducting public meetings in Nevada by placing council reports before the final public comment period. And finally, welcome back to the mayor after his protracted absence because of invasive heart surgery. The public needs to be informed about his prognosis given the stamina needed to perform duties to the city. The late Councilman Warren Jorge, Joe Biden, Dianne Feinstein, and Mitch McConnell are some of the elected officials whose health did not allow them to fully perform the duties of their elected offices, but they hung on in office anyway to the public's detriment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for taking public comment, and I'll just keep this really brief. I just had one quick remark. My name is Autumn McGrath. Thank you. Someone did mention police and fire. Boulder City having to provide police and fire services to this federal land data center, and that's really concerning. There's a lot of research out there about the fire hazards of these data centers. They're hard for the firefighters to get in and out of and navigate around the mazes of rows and rows of. It's hard to get in and out for the firefighters, and they're really dangerous. And they pose fire risks that we don't really know about, that aren't making the news. They have accidents and little fires and stuff all the time. There's always incidents at these places, and that would pose a huge strain on the Boulder City Fire Department and just be really dangerous for people to go in there. And I just wanted to highlight the fire risk. Just somebody mentioned it, and I don't think we talked about it enough. These things are really dangerous. Like when a Tesla car catches on fire, it takes forever to put it out because of the batteries. And this huge data center is loaded with these forever chemicals that if this thing ever catches on fire, all those chemicals are just going to envelop this whole area. All right, that's it. I just wanted to talk about the fire risk, because what a disaster that would be. All of the biggest disasters in our nation's history involved fire. So can you imagine one of these things catching on fire right next door? What a nightmare. All right, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
have like a 3-hour speech here. And then the other thing, there's one more topic that people aren't really talking about enough, is the financing behind these things is really shady. There's a lot going on, between NDAs, federal entities, utility entities. And I watched this interview of a young corporate lawyer that was kind of bragging about how he's so good at getting data center financing. And straight from the horse's mouth is where you get all the best information and research. So you guys should watch this interview on Bloomberg. It's called Financing a Data Center, and it's on Bloomberg. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone here in chambers? Anyone online? We will close public comment and come back to City Council's report. I'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything to report on any of the boards that I'm on, but I did see a sign that said freedom is an illusion. And, having served in the military, I just want to make the point that freedom is not free. There was lives that paid for our freedom. The fact that we could sit here and voice our opinions. I've been around the world. There's third world countries that cannot do what we do tonight. So I just want to thank all of you who are exercising your freedom to be here in the United States, and the fact that we can exercise our freedom. Also, keep the Graham family in your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank the mayor for coming back, and we missed you, and you're just so spunky. I appreciate it. But I also wanted to talk about the July 4th celebration. I don't know if you all got to go to that. I had so much fun at that July 4th. It went on all day and all night, and it was amazing. And you know how I love animals, and Sea Spot Run had a float, and Annie, the queen of Bark in the Park was in the parade, and she had a little tiara on her head, and it was just amazing. And she was in the newspaper. So the newspaper had a lot of wonderful pictures of the kids having fun and the adults having fun and the water trucks going through. And so it was just an amazing day, and I hope you all enjoyed it, and so appreciative that we have this wonderful world that we live in. Thank you.
So I think the 4th of July actually puts a lot of our committees, except probably yours, on hold, and it gives us an opportunity. I just want to say welcome back to the mayor, being Mayor Pro Tem, which nobody knows what that is. They ask me all the time, what is that, and how do you spell it? I said, it's basically like whatever the mayor wants me to do, I do. So he has pretty big shoes to fill. I might have tripped once or twice while being in them, but thank you for the opportunity to do that, and thank you even more so for coming back. He does a lot of things that I don't think that we notice, because he just does them. He doesn't seek any glory or notice for him, and he serves quite a lot for $30,000. There, I disclosed your whole salary for the year. Is it that? No. What is it? 20? Well, no. Huh? No. We make 20, so he makes 26, 6,000 more than us. He does a whole lot more in so many ways. So, with that being said, he owes me because I was asked to speak at the 4th of July fireworks, and while there with the Lieutenant Governor, next thing I know, Mike Piscini brings us up on the stage to dance. That's why he owes me, because, yeah. So hopefully if there's record of that, don't go back and look at it. But I just really want to continue to say that we are public servants, and there's different reasons why we chose to be up here. And I have said it, and I'll say it over and over again. The reason I choose to be up here is to give back to my community. Raised all my children here, have some grandchildren that are going to be here. I'm crying thinking about it. It's Disability Pride Month. I told you that my third daughter has Down syndrome and autism. This year was her 10-year class reunion, and I didn't know about it. And she doesn't really have an email, so no one really probably knew how to get a hold of her, but her classmates did, and they called her, and they came and they picked her up.
Oh, cool.
I love Boulder City. And she went, and she loved it, and I love them. And so that's why I'm here.
Well, I don't have any of the emotion that everybody else has expressed. I'm a just the facts kind of guy, but my morning started early, left the house at 7, and the Las Vegas Convention Authority meeting was quite extensive this morning. It went well, nearly to noon. With a lot of things approved, because there's a lot of exciting and great things going on in Las Vegas, the whole area, the county, which of course I always preach is that we benefit from all the good things that go on in Vegas, right? The Super Bowl that's coming again in 2029, and the college football championship that's going to be played here, and the NC2A championships are going to be here, and Formula One in November. And all this other sporting, of course, the annual NFR. I mean, and all the concerts and events. And there was, with the, one of the recent big events that happened in Las Vegas, they tracked the online impressions, and there were 5 billion impressions for one of the most recent events that happened in Las Vegas. And so we are truly, internationally known, and the RevPAR, or the amount of money that's being taken in, while 2019 is the benchmark now, pre-COVID, and so we're kind of watching when we get back there. We've touched on it, and then we've kind of dropped below. Occupancy isn't what it was, but RevPAR is nearly flat, meaning that we're not decreasing anymore. So that's a good thing. And people are coming here spending $50 billion a year, roughly. That's the estimate. So, or the numbers, actually. So that's a big deal with all the events going on. Anyway, and then on to the Colorado River Commission at the county building after that. There are projects that are going on in the valley to service and to maintain all of the infrastructure that we have. And when they give you a chart for the hydrology and the temperature side of it is all red and the snowpack side of it is all blank, that indicates really big problems. And everything that's been said this evening from everybody is absolutely on point. We are in a water catastrophe right now. And we've really, they don't know what the power production is going to be at Hoover, not only because of temperature, which is accurate, but also 1,035 feet above sea level is, and because they measure it in that way based on all of the water levels. But that's the magic number. That's when they expect that hydropower production will decrease for head pressure reasons. But that's theoretical. They are not entirely sure. So what they're going to do when we get there within the next 12 months, very likely, is they'll turn on one generator and they'll run it and see if there's damage to the impellers. And then if there is, then they won't produce any hydropower until the head pressure raises. And if there's not, then they'll continue to run on a limited level. What does that mean to us? Well, a certain percentage of our power comes from Hoover A and B. And if they stop producing, everybody that has Hoover Power contracts is going to be respectively diminished. And so that will reduce our potential for hydropower from Hoover. We do get some from Davis Parker, and that may not be affected from water levels yet. So that would require us to go out to the open market and buy more power on the market. And I think we're all aware that the Utility Advisory Committee is engaged with the company who's doing a rate study. We'll get that information at some point in the future that will be made public and can be brought to the public and discussed and see what we have to do there. But there are factors that are going on that affect us in so many ways. And then Thursday I'll go to the Water Authority meeting and see what's going on there. So those are my committee reports, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, inasmuch as it's been the 4th of July, I had an interesting experience. My name's Joe. I rode in the parade with Joe Lombardo. And everybody said, "We love you, Joe." I thought they were talking about me. But I think it was probably the one that was sitting on top of everything. But as I thought about this 4th of July, I was remembering in France in 1918, Jill's great uncle, died in 1918, World War I, in the trenches, as it were. And so we went to Chateau Thierry, France, and found the cemetery in a hard-to-find little place. And while we were looking at his grave, we noticed that Joyce Kilmer was buried there in the American cemetery. And the American cemeteries in France are American soil. They are literally America, where those soldiers were buried. And Joyce Kilmer is famous for writing a poem that I wrote, that I remembered memorizing. And when we had someone talk about a tree today, or the trees, I thought of this. I think that I shall never see a poem lovely as a tree whose hungry mouth is pressed against the sweet earth's flowing breast, a tree that looks at God all day and lifts her leafy arms to pray, a tree that made in summer wear a nest of robins in her hair, upon whose bosom snow has lain, who intimately lives with rain. Poems are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree. Thank you all for being here and participating in the process. I appreciate everything that we as citizens of Boulder City have and share with everyone. Thank you very much. The meeting's adjourned.